Chapter 48:18. Oh no, the formation is too powerful. We can't hold on any longer. Run! Sage Tianjin was the first to turn around and flee. At this moment, he no longer had the confidence to fight against this terrifying formation. Since he had fled, the others naturally did not dare to stay behind. Crack! However, a moment later, the gourd completely shattered. A large amount of energy was accumulated in the gourd and released. It instantly produced a terrifying lethality. It crashed to the ground. Everything was erased. This was an attack formed by gathering a large amount of precious materials, borrowing the power of Emperor Huang Jindi, Fire King Palace, Flower King Palace, Thunder King Palace, and Punishment King Palace. One could imagine how terrifying it was. It was already strong enough. Sage Tianjin even gathered his power and released it at the same time. This was simply the stupidest thing to do. This time, more than 100,000 people died. Those who were lucky enough to survive trembled when they saw this scene. In the sky, the thunder was still rumbling. Bolts of lightning struck again. They finally understood why Ling Xiao lured them here. The density of the lightning here was the highest and the strongest. How could they possibly withstand it? Everyone was only thinking of one thing at this moment, which was to escape from the City of Gold. Otherwise, they would definitely be buried here. This was too ruthless. The City of Gold was too ruthless this time. They did not hesitate to destroy their own buildings to kill them. It seemed like they had put in a lot of effort. Save me. I don't want to die yet. When the martial artists of the Subjugation Crusader Alliance came, they were all arrogant and aggressive. They wanted to destroy the City of Gold completely. However, at this moment, they were all fleeing frantically like stray dogs. How unsightly was that? How unsightly was that? At this moment, the pride of the geniuses of the Heavens Wall City was gone. All that was left was fear. Unfortunately, no matter what they shouted, it was useless. Once the formation was activated, unless the power was exhausted or Ling Xiao stopped it. Otherwise, they would continue to attack him. More and more people were dying in the lightning. Even those experts were almost unable to withstand it, although they took out their defensive Dharma treasures and resisted with their own strength. However, it was absolutely impossible to hold on for too long with such a crazy power. Sooner or later, they would not be able to hold on. The City of Gold, which was filled with golden light, was sacred and majestic. However, today there were endless miserable screams. Some of the stronger ones were not killed by the lightning bolts, but their limbs were broken. They could only howl in pain and watch helplessly as the lightning engulfed them. There was nothing they could do. The feeling of waiting for death was too torturous. Some warriors had even chosen to commit suicide. They did not want to suffer that terrible pain. Why? Why did the City of Gold have such a terrifying array formation? Was this the foundation of history? I don't want to fight anymore. I want to go home. Do you regret it now? Ling Xiao's voice came from the sky. Everyone saw a horrifying scene. Ling Xiao stood in the midst of the lightning like a real god of thunder, overlooking all living beings. Our golden city has given you too many opportunities, but unfortunately, you don't seem to know how to cherish them. You want to destroy the City of Gold. Why don't you check if you have the right to do so? What a laughable confidence. They could not refute Ling Xiao's words. The moment they stepped into the City of Gold, they were confident that today would be the end of the City of Gold. No matter what, the City of Gold would be easily trampled. Ling Xiao would also be easily killed. But now, there was only despair in their hearts. They had underestimated the enemy and completely underestimated the terror of the City of Gold. They had underestimated the crazy array formation. This formation had the terrifying effect of destroying everything in its path. it could easily kill them all. Even the sovereigns were no exception. After all, this was borrowing the power of nature, and had nothing to do with one's strength. Get lost! Nether Devil Lord punched the lightning that was pouncing on him. He was already a little tired. His heart was filled with fear. Previously, they were instigated by Lotus Flower and thought that by forming the Crusader Alliance, they could easily destroy the City of Gold. There would definitely be no accidents. But today, there was still an accident. And it was a fatal accident. They wanted to destroy the City of Gold, but in the end, it was the City of Gold that was destroying them. It was really a tragedy. At this moment, he did not want to continue fighting. Everything would wait until they escaped from the City of Gold. But when they arrived near the city gate, they found that the gate had disappeared. We can't get out of here. This array formation only has one life gate. If we can find it, we can still hope for a chance of survival. Otherwise, we will be trapped here forever. Jean Lin said coldly. He did not want the people of Heaven's Wall City to die. After all, Heaven's Wall City and Giant Dragon Valley had joined forces to face the crisis. He still had to help when he needed to. Where is the life gate? Heavenly King looked at Jean Lin and said, I know you know about arrays and are very good at it. What's the use of being good at it? Jean Lin smiled bitterly. The strength of the person who set up the array is more terrifying than I imagined. The 4 array cores he set up are the 4 gates: the Life Gate, Death Gate, Prison Gate, and Thunder Gate. The most terrifying one is the Death Gate. Once you enter, you can forget about surviving. The key is that I can't tell the difference between these 4 gates. The only way is to try them one by one. You aren't lying to me, are you? Heavenly King frowned. They were at the edge of the array formation, and the density of the lightning was lower, so they had time to talk. Crazy, believe it or not. Even if I don't want to help you. So what? Do you dare to fight me? Jean Lin mocked. Humph, Heavenly King snorted, and did not say anything. He frowned and thought. Perhaps this was the only way, Jean Lin said. Otherwise, if this continued, they would all die. Test at the same time. I will lead a team to the east. Nether Devil Master, you will lead a team to the west. Thunderstar Master, you will lead a team to the north. Inferno Star Master, you will lead a team to the south. The rest of you will follow a team. This is not for me, but for all of you. If we can't find the life gate, soon, all of us will die. Heavenly King finally accepted Jean Lin's suggestion. They could only use the stupidest method to try. Otherwise, the casualties would be even greater. Trash, you have to rely on others to understand the mysteries of arrays. You said you are the young city lord of Heavenly King City, but why do I feel that you are more and more trash? In the sky, Ling Xiao mocked. He knew that Jean Lin would help those people. This was not strange. But even if they found the life gate, would they be able to leave alive? Ling Xiao sneered. Even if the array formation could not kill all of them, there was still the power of Golden City to chase after them. These people must not be let out. Otherwise, if they took revenge in the future, it would be very troublesome for Golden Sky region. They were not afraid, but these bastards were unscrupulous. They would massacre the weak. End of chapter. Chapter 48:19. Shut up. A puny first-level divine physique echelon martial artist. What right do you have to talk to me? Even if I lose today, it will be at the hands of the person who set up this formation. Who do you think you are? What right do you have to mock me? Saint Tianhe looked at Ling Xiao and shouted coldly. That's right, I'm just a puny first-level divine physique echelon martial artist. However, I'm sorry. I was the one who set up this formation. Ling Xiao mocked. You are indeed as useless as that dead young master Jin Xiao. I've already killed him. Are you planning to follow in his footsteps? Saint Tianho's face was extremely gloomy. He was the young lord of Heaven's Wall City. The martial artists of Heaven's Wall City had always treated the 4 regions and 9 worlds as a world of ants. They had never taken them seriously. However, this ant dared to humiliate him so wantonly, and there was nothing he could do. If Ling Xiao was only good at talking, he wouldn't care. However, Ling Xiao just had a way to embarrass him. He had a way to make him suffer. This was something he couldn't refute no matter what. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao. However, the problem was that Ling Xiao was at the place where the lightning was the most terrifying. Unless he didn't want his life anymore and dared to rush there, he would be courting death. Kid, remember this. If we don't die today, we will tear you into pieces, including everyone in Golden Sky region. Not even a dog will be spared. You better pray for yourself. Saint Tianho was furious. He wasn't interested in killing these ants. However, since he couldn't kill Ling Xiao, he could only start with the commoners. Let's talk about it when you can get out alive. Even if you don't die today, I will turn you into a cripple. There's no way you can behave atrociously in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Ling Xiao looked at Saint Tian coldly. The words of the young city lord of Heaven's Wall City further strengthened his desire to exterminate all his enemies. Because if these people weren't exterminated, the commoners of Golden Sky region might really be massacred. After all, not everyone was as powerful as them. Let's give it a try. Everyone, follow my orders. Whether or not we can get out will depend on this. Saint Tianho roared and charged toward the Fire King Palace in the east. The others also began to move. They knew very well that it was time for them to fight with their backs against the wall. They had no other choice. If they couldn't find the life gate, they would all die here. In the face of such a powerful formation, they had no way to deal with it. However, as long as they escaped from the Golden City, they would have the upper hand. The remaining hundreds of thousands of people split into 4 groups and rushed toward one of the Needle Eyes. The Fire King, the Flower King, the Thunder King, and the Criminal Law King were all ready. This time, it was a test for the Golden City. It was also a test for many martial artists. Who was the warrior? Who was the coward? And who was the traitor? It would soon be revealed. The battlefield was actually a demon-revealing mirror. Even demons and ghosts couldn't escape the light of this mirror. The eastern side was the closest because that was where the city gate was. Therefore, Saint Tianjin and the others were the first to arrive. Brothers of the Fire King Palace, the enemy is here. Let them have a taste of our power. The Fire King roared. The power of all the martial artists of the Fire King Palace gathered together. It turned into a scarlet flaming thunderbolt. This was the effect of the myriad lightning immortal slaying array and the martial artists of the Fire King Palace. Then it shot toward the hundreds of thousands of people led by Saint Tianho. In the face of this terrifying flaming thunderbolt, the martial artists of the Subjugation Crusader Alliance were terrified. This power was even more terrifying than the pure thunderbolt from before. Did they choose the wrong place? Was this not the life gate? Don't retreat. Let's work together to block this attack. Saint Tianho roared and took the lead to attack. The others also attacked one after another. Countless forces merged together and collided with the scarlet flaming thunderbolt. Boom, boom. Before the 2 forces collided, they had already caused the air to rumble and explode. Bam! The flaming thunderbolt finally defeated the combined force and rushed over. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Everyone's faces turned deathly pale, especially the martial artists of the Subjugation Crusader Alliance, who were facing the flaming thunderbolt. They even saw their own death. Boom! A violent sound was heard. Then, the flaming thunderbolt smashed into the crowd. Tens of thousands of people were killed. Don't retreat. Remember, attack at the same time and concentrate your forces. Otherwise, it won't be powerful enough. St. Tianho roared. Of course, he could survive such an attack. After all, he was a martial artist from the Heaven's Wall City, and his cultivation was extremely powerful. He also had treasures with him. Even if everyone around him died, he would still be alive. He was not satisfied with the effect of this attack. He thought that it was because the crowd was not united enough. So, he had to try again. Boom. This time, they agreed to release their attacks at the same time. All the attacks were concentrated together, forming a terrifying energy wave. They swore to kill the people of the Fire King Palace. There were less than 100,000 people in the Fire King Palace. Even if many of them died, there were still hundreds of thousands of them. As long as they destroyed the Fire King Palace, they would be able to find the exit and get out of here. It's futile. Ling Xiao, who was watching the battle from the sky, sneered coldly. It was actually the stupidest thing to do to resist the power of the array. Smart people would definitely choose to look for the flaws of the array. They would never win if they fought head-on. On the Fire King's side, he took out 10 pieces of supreme-grade spiritual stones and threw them into the array core. Those were 10 supreme-grade spiritual stones. One supreme-grade spiritual stone was equivalent to 10 million upper-grade spiritual stones. It was easy to imagine how valuable it was. Everyone was well aware of the terrifying effects it could bring. An even more powerful flame and thunder was brewing. The violent destructive power made countless people feel shocked and terrified. Those martial artists from the Golden Heavens region, who were close to the Golden City, saw the Golden City that was surrounded by thunder and lightning. They also felt the violent thunder and lightning. All of them were frightened. They really did not know what was happening in the Golden City at this time. They could not interfere in this kind of thing at all. Even if they wanted to help, it was impossible. The difference in level was too great. At this time, the 10 supreme-grade spiritual stones had been completely transformed into power. They merged with the power of the martial artists from the Fire King Palace. The entire Eastern Array Core was like a fire domain surrounded by red lightning, exuding a mysterious and powerful aura. It made those martial artists from the Subjugation Crusade Alliance tremble. Attack! Saint Tiankong gritted his teeth. In order to survive, in order to leave this place, he could not back down. Hundreds of thousands of martial artists unleashed a terrifying attack, almost at the same time. The power was completely released. At the same time, the flame and thunder were released. It turned into a fire dragon and pounced on the crowd. It was too powerful. The fire dragon condensed the power of lightning and flame. It gathered the power of supreme-grade spiritual stones. It was born in the myriad lightning destroyer array. It was born to destroy everything. End of chapter. Chapter 48:20. No, I don't want to die. Run. This is not the life gate. This is not the life gate. The Subjugation Crusader Alliance realized something terrifying. Their powerful attacks were unable to resist the fire and lightning. There was only one possibility, which was that they had come to the wrong place. This was not the life gate at all. At that moment, more than 100,000 Subjugation Crusader Alliance died in the Sea of Fire. Sorry, this is the prison gate. Although it is not the most terrifying place, you will not be able to escape. The Fire Emperor stood there and smiled coldly. With the formation, this battle was really easy. Although they had consumed a lot of spiritual stones and resources, as long as they could repel the enemy, they could kill the enemy. That was enough. Let's go. After leaving nearly 200,000 corpses, Saint Tianjin led the remaining soldiers and fled. because there was no point in continuing. At the same time, the Flower King Palace in the north was besieged by the army led by the Thunder Star Lord. Everyone, do not be afraid. With the formation prepared by the Fire Emperor, the enemy will not be able to take advantage of us. Everyone, gather your power. Attack the Thunder Star Lord. As long as we kill the leader, the rest will not be a problem. The Flower King had her own strategy. She believed that it was meaningless to kill more pawns. She might as well kill the leader first. The Thunder Star Lord hated the City of Gold very much. He was one of the people that she could not let go alive. She had to kill him here today. Yes, all the warriors of the Flower King Palace naturally obeyed the Flower King's order. They began to accumulate power. At the same time, the Flower King also placed 10 supreme spiritual stones into the formation core. To put it bluntly, war was a matter of attrition. When both sides were equal in strength, whoever had more wealth would win the war. In fact, today's war was similar. Without a huge amount of wealth, Ling Xiao could not even set up such a powerful myriad lightning immortal slaying formation. How could he deal with the enemy? They had destroyed the deep sea dragon domain and the base of the abyss demon domain. However, they had gained a lot. This was equivalent to using the enemy's wealth to attack the enemy. The Thunder Star Lord felt the Flower King's hostility toward him. He could not help but feel a strong sense of fear. His strength was already strong enough, but he still felt very uneasy. Don't be afraid. Maybe this is the exit. If you want to get out, you have to destroy the enemy in front of you. We outnumber them several times over. There's no need to be afraid. If you run away, you'll lose your life quickly. The Thunder Star Master's voice was as loud as thunder. Many people nodded in agreement. They all agreed with what the Thunder Star Lord had said. If he were to run away now, he would be giving the enemy a chance. They could only unite and fight head-on. They did not know what was happening over at Heavenly Sage's side. If he had known, he probably wouldn't have acted so rashly. Let's work together and attack. Kill, kill, kill. The power of hundreds of thousands of martial artists was desperately condensing. They swore to stop the Flower King Palace's attack. Otherwise, there would be no way out. With the help of the 1,000 lightning fairy slaying array, the power of the Flower King Palace's martial artists condensed into a green tree dragon. Its huge body wrapped around the countless flowers and plants. It was covered with lightning. Attack! The Thunder Star Lord roared furiously. The attacks of hundreds of thousands of people were released at the same time. It was basically the same situation as the Fire King Palace. The only difference was that the Thunder Star Lord's performance was different from Heavenly Sage's. At the very least, Heavenly Sage did not escape in advance. However, when the Thunder Star Lord saw that their combined power was instantly destroyed by the terrifying tree dragon, he actually fled. He turned into a bolt of lightning and fled like a stray dog. He did not care about the lives of others. The berserk tree dragon pounced into the crowd. The other martial artists had completely become his shield, blocking a large amount of damage for him. The faces of those martial artists were filled with anger and despair. They tried their best to stop this terrifying tree dragon. However, they were abandoned by their leader. At that moment, their mood fell to the bottom. Although the tree dragon's target was the Thunder Star Lord. However, it still killed a path of blood along the way. Those martial artists could not dodge in time and were killed by the terrifying green lightning. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of thousands of martial artists died. The tree dragon also caught up to the Thunder Star Lord. Although the tree dragon's power had weakened due to the previous consumption, it was still terrifying. The Thunder Star Lord saw that he could not escape. He frantically released the power in his body in an attempt to resist. However, The tree dragon was too powerful. In an instant, his entire body was wrapped up. No, I don't want to die. I can't die. The Thunder Star-Lord let out a desperate roar. He was the emperor of the 4 regions and 9 worlds, the strongest in the Thunder astral boundary. How could he die in such a cowardly manner? He could not even kill a martial artist from the City of Gold. He was going to die like this. This feeling was really too depressing. He desperately released his power, not daring to hide it at all, because he knew that only by releasing all the power in his body could he really resist this attack. Only then could he save his life. He did not want to die. No one wanted to die. Boom. The green lightning finally exploded. The destructive power completely devoured the Thunder Star-Lord's body. At that moment, many martial artists of the Subjugation Crusader Alliance let out excited roars. Those who betrayed them and sold them out deserved to die. Of course, while they were excited, they also felt fear. That power was too terrifying. It actually wiped out the Emperor of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Was the Thunder Star-Lord going to die just like that? It was just like a dream. It was too unbelievable. I don't want to die. A crazy roar came out from the destructive lightning. The destructive light finally dissipated. The Thunder Star-Lord's appearance was revealed. He was not dead, but he did not look like a human anymore. His body was torn apart. His soul was almost shattered. He desperately urged the last bit of his divine origin to recover his body. That scene was truly a ghastly sight. An emperor was actually in such a sorry state. He had almost lost his life. Even his fleshly body was completely destroyed. It would probably take a long time for him to recover. The others were scared out of their wits when they saw this. They desperately tried to escape. This is not the life gate. It is not the life gate. Isn't it too late to realize it now? The Flower King coldly looked at those martial artists who were escaping. Unfortunately, you entered the death gate. The death rate of the prison gate is 50%. The death rate of the Thunder Gate is 70%. The death rate of the Death Gate is 90%. You are really unlucky to have come to the Death Gate. It means that 90% of the people here will not be spared. Even if they did not attack, the Death Gate would not let many of them escape. The crazy tree dragon continued to slaughter the martial artists. Ling Xiao fell from the sky. His sword pierced into the Thunder Star-Lord's head. The Thunder Star-Lord's eyes were wide open. He had worked so hard and was about to recover his body. But Ling Xiao attacked him at this time. End of chapter. Chapter 48:21. What do you mean by me? Old man, just die peacefully. I will disband your Thunder astral boundary for you. Ling Xiao's cold laughter rang in the ears of the Thunder Star Master. The Thunder Star Master was so angry that he almost exploded. But it was useless no matter how angry he was, because his consciousness had already turned blurry. Eventually, it dissipated. The king is mighty. The martial artists of the Flower King Palace cheered. Ling Xiao had killed another sovereign, and this time he did it in front of them. They did not see when the Dragon Emperor, the Storm Star Master, and the Lava Star Master killed. But today's scene, they saw it clearly. After killing the Thunder Star Master, Ling Xiao did not stay any longer and continued to soar into the sky. In the sky, he could observe the situation below. It was easier to grasp the situation. Just as he soared into the sky, he saw the Inferno Star Master escaping from the Thunder Gate that the Thunder King was guarding. The Inferno Star Master was not dead, but both his legs were broken and one of his arms was gone. And because he had used up a lot of his divine origin, he could not recover. The Inferno Star Master roared in pain. He did not want to become a cripple. But what could he do now? Other than running away, he could not think of any other way. and it was better than the Thunderstar Master. The Thunderstar Master was dead. Although he was crippled, at least he was not dead. Run! Run! The Life Gate is on the west side. All kinds of shouts rang out. The Subjugation Alliance army that had more than 1 million was only left with about 300,000, but they had already determined the location of the Life Gate and were desperately trying to escape from it. Especially those few sovereigns, they were escaping even faster. The Heavenly King Saint was leading the way. He was not that active during the battle. At this time, no one cared about the safety of others. Ling Xiao continued to control the lightning. The poor Inferno Star Master had used up all his divine origin and could not withstand the terrifying lightning pillar. He was instantly blasted into pieces. He died in an even more embarrassing way than the Thunder Star Master. When the 300,000 people reached the Life Gate, only a few 100,000 were left. Ling Xiao stopped the lightning and ordered the Fire King Hall, Thunder King Hall, and Flower King Hall to flee. The martial artists under the Punishment Law King's faction began to fight with the army of over 100,000. Relying on the protection of the formation, their battle prowess became even stronger. But in the end, it was still a little lacking. Therefore, when faced with a difficult situation, there were finally people who were resentful. That bastard Ling Xiao arranged for us to be here so that we can die. Don't work for him anymore. Since Golden City has abandoned us, there's no need for us to stay here. One of the original punishment elders of the Punishment Hall led the rebellion. With this one order, over 10,000 people actually followed suit and rebelled. They even started to attack their own comrades. However, before they could taste the joy of rebellion, they were killed by a figure that appeared in the sky. Ancestor. So the ancestor has been here all along. So our defense is the strongest. After the traitor was killed, the morale of the remaining people was greatly boosted. Ling Xiao hadn't abandoned them, and neither had the ancestor. They had to keep fighting. Compared to the Subjugator Alliance, they fought harder and braver. On the other hand, the Subjugator Alliance only wanted to escape and had no intention of fighting. In the end, they were killed miserably. With the arrival of the other 4 reinforcements, the Subjugator Alliance was even more miserable. They had almost fallen into a one-sided crisis. Ancestor, we can let the others go, but Saint Tian, Ho must be killed. Ling Xiao shouted. Saint Tian, Ho had threatened Ling Xiao before, saying that even if he couldn't kill Ling Xiao, he would still slaughter all the civilians in Golden Sky Domain. Even if such a person couldn't be killed, he must be seriously injured or crippled. That way, he wouldn't be able to stir up trouble for a long time. Huang Jindi was the only one here who could compete with Saint Tian Ho. Of course, if he could use his full strength, Saint Tian Ho would naturally be no match for him. Now, he only had 1/10 of his strength, which was actually weaker than Saint Tian Ho. Fortunately, with the formation behind him, his battle prowess was even stronger. He was determined to kill Saint Tian Ho. The two of them fought fiercely in the Gate of Life. At the same time, Jin Lin, Qin Huang, and Qin Qin were let out. Although the 3 of them came, they didn't attack Golden City. Ling Xiao didn't want to make enemies for no reason. Moreover, the 3 of them were very strong, especially Jin Lin and Qin Huang, who couldn't increase the battle prowess of the enemy. Of course, the Gate of Life was the Gate of Life, and there were definitely more than 3 people who escaped. In the chaos, the Ice Star Master, Sheng Lang of Heaven's Sacred Land, and the Nether Demon Lord, the 3 sovereigns, also escaped. Yi Hantian and Dim Moon of Heaven's Wall City also escaped. However, more people died. Out of the millions of soldiers, only about 10,000 people escaped. The rest were all buried here. Those who managed to escape were all terrified. They swore that they would never provoke the city of gold again. It wasn't easy to save their lives, and they didn't want to lose it again. However, there were also people who had other thoughts. For example, the Nether Demon Lord, he was basically alone now. Since he had escaped, he was prepared to take a bloody revenge on the Golden Sky region. At the same time, Heavenly King Saint was besieged by Golden Emperor, the three sovereigns, and Ling Xiao. In the end, his physical body was destroyed, and only his soul escaped. This time, it would take at least 1 or 2 years to recover. Although they didn't kill him completely, they had achieved their initial goal. After leaving Golden City, Heavenly King Saint roared at Ling Xiao in his soul form. Hee, didn't the young city lord of Heaven's Wall City say, "You want to kill me? How does it feel now? It feels good to have your physical body destroyed, right?" Ling Xiao looked at Heavenly King Saint's soul and didn't chase. The soul's speed was much faster than the physical body, and he couldn't catch up. He didn't want to waste his energy. "Ling Xiao, you can only be proud now. As long as I don't die, you will die, and everyone in Golden Sky region will die. You will know the terrible consequences of offending Heaven's Wall City." Heavenly King Saint roared, "Heaven's Wall City can't even protect itself. What can you do to us? You should take care of yourself. I heard that Lotus Flower is searching for the souls of experts. Don't be caught and turned into a walking corpse. It will be too embarrassing for the young city lord of Heaven's Wall City." Ling Xiao mocked, "What do you know? Although Heaven's Wall City and giant Dragon Valley will be in danger, it will be at least a year later. I can still spare some time to deal with you. At this stage, it's just a small problem." Heavenly King Saint sneered, "As for Lotus Flower, you don't have to worry about it. Even if I become a walking corpse, I won't let you go." Hee, it seems like your hatred for me is not small. Then you better remember, don't let me find out. Otherwise, it won't be as simple as having your physical body destroyed. You will be killed directly. Scram back to your Heaven's Wall City. Maybe I can save your life. End of chapter. Chapter 48:22. You dare to ask me to scram? If not, for so many people helping you today, who do you think you are? How dare you ask me to scram? If you don't scram, then die. A demonic Buddha appeared above Ling Xiao's head. This was a soul secret technique that specialized in dealing with the souls of martial artists. Seeing this, Saint Tianjin was shocked and turned to flee. "Just you wait. One day, I will make you pay the price." This is the catchphrase of those who flee in a sorry state. Ling Xiao looked at Saint Tianjin in disdain. Then, he chased in a direction. The Tai Chi I told him that the rest of the escapees were heading to their own forces. But that Nether Demon Lord was heading straight for the 3,000 sacred city. That bastard was obviously going to attack the weaklings of the 3,000 sacred city. Since he couldn't defeat the strong, he would bully the weak. This kind of person was really embarrassing. Sovereign, let everyone rest and reorganize. Don't come out rashly to create an opportunity for the undead race. I can deal with the Nether Demon Lord alone. When Ling Xiao left, he only left a sentence. He was most worried about Lotus Flower. That guy was very cunning and difficult to deal with. For example, this time's matter. Although they won, it caused the 4 regions and 9 worlds to be divided. In fact, it was Lotus Flower who won. That guy was astute and cunning. So, he had to be on guard. He didn't care about other places, but he definitely wouldn't allow anyone to wantonly destroy the Golden Sky region. At this time, the Nether Demon Lord had already fled far away. He originally planned to go to the 3,000 sacred city, but halfway through, he encountered the representatives of the Golden Sky region who came to pay a visit. These people were all here to congratulate Ling Xiao on becoming the Golden Emperor. But they came at the wrong time. The Golden Sky region fell into a great battle. When they saw the enemy fleeing in panic, They heaved a sigh of relief. Then they saw the Nether Demon Lord leading a group of ghosts and snakes toward them, full of killing intent. I can't kill Ling Xiao, but I will make him suffer. Isn't he going to become the new Golden Emperor? I will completely destroy the Golden Sky region. There were not many people following him, only about 100. These were all people who hated the City of Gold to the extreme and wanted to take revenge. Furthermore, their strength was at the first level of the divine physique echelon and above. Among the martial artists who came for the pilgrimage, the strongest one was only at the first level of the divine physique echelon. How could he contend against these people? All of a sudden, their hearts sank to the bottom of the valley, and their faces were filled with fear. The City of Gold has humiliated us. You should atone for their sins. The Nether Devil Lord urged his divine essence and attacked with the other 100 martial artists at the same time. He wanted to kill all of them. With me here, can you kill them? At this moment, Ling Xiao arrived in the air. With just one sword strike, sword energy filled the air and killed over 100 martial artists who followed the Nether Demon Lord. Regardless of whether they were at the first or fourth level of the divine physique echelon, they were all killed. Among them, there were quite a few genius martial artists from Heaven's Wall City. If the Nether Devil Lord didn't have a special cultivation technique, he wouldn't have been able to avoid this attack. Ha! I didn't think that you would dare to chase after me alone. You're really courting death. That's great. I'll kill you first before massacring the Golden Skies region. The Nether Devil Lord wasn't afraid when he saw Ling Xiao. He still thought that Ling Xiao was only relying on the formation to put him in such a sorry state. In terms of true strength, Ling Xiao was definitely not his match. I alone am enough to kill you. God-defying Tao Tai. Ling Xiao waved his hand, and the god-defying sword transformed into a ferocious steel Tao Tai. As it had continuously absorbed the energy of several divine physique echelon sovereigns, the Tao Tai was now a beast at the 5th level of the divine physique echelon realm. Using it to fight the Nether Devil Lord, coupled with Ling Xiao's sovereign physique, there was no need to use the Tao of Fusion. The moment the god-defying Tao Tai appeared, the Nether Devil Lord suddenly revealed a terrified expression. He turned around and fled. This fellow was truly frightened. Actually, if he were to fight, the god-defying Tao Tai really wouldn't be his match. After all, the god-defying Tao Tai was only considered a low-level combat power in the 5th level of the divine physique echelon. However, he was a high-level combat power. Unfortunately, he was already scared out of his wits. At this moment, he only wanted to save his life. In the end, he didn't dare to think about fighting at all. Where do you think you're going? Ling Xiao tore through the air and chased after him. The representatives from the Golden Heavens region's 4 strongest countries and 3,000 holy cities below saw this scene. All of them were completely dumbfounded. They previously heard that the Golden Emperor was going to pass the throne to Ling Xiao. In their hearts, they were still wondering if Ling Xiao was qualified to do so. Putting everything else aside, his strength probably wasn't there, right? But today, they were completely convinced. Ling Xiao actually chased after the Nether Devil Lord until he fled in panic. He even killed hundreds of divine physique echelon martial artists with one sword strike. This was too powerful. Ha ha ha. His Majesty the Celestial Emperor is really impressive. We really didn't follow the wrong person. Among the crowd, there were martial artists from the Battle Alliance. Well, to be precise, they were now from the Celestial Empire. Seeing Ling Xiao display powerful combat power, they were incomparably happy. At this moment, Ling Xiao had already arrived at the Thunder Astral Boundary while chasing after the Nether Devil Lord. The Thunder Star Lord was dead, but Thunder City still existed. The Nether Devil Lord wanted to borrow the power of Thunder City to deal with Ling Xiao. People of Thunder City, listen up. Immediately hand over the Nether Devil Lord. Otherwise, I'll burn Thunder City down. Ling Xiao stood proudly above Thunder City. In Thunder City, everyone was in a state of panic. They already knew that the Thunderstar Lord had died in battle. Before they were ready to take revenge, they didn't expect the enemy to have already chased after them. This was simply too much. You're Ling Xiao? You actually have the guts to barge into my Thunderbolt City alone. Do you really think that there's no one in my Thunder City? Someone below roared and began to organize and prepare to attack. Ling Xiao sneered and didn't say anything. He directly released the Martial Soul Array. Heaven Lightning Earth Fire Array. This array was created with the Divine Ox Beast Soul's special skill as the core. The earth quaked, and the mountains shook as it merged with the blood-colored lightning god. In an instant, the entire Thunder City was engulfed in a sea of fire and earthquakes. The terrifying blood-colored divine dragon shuttled back and forth in the city, killing those martial artists. The martial artists of the Thunder Astral Boundary were trying to destroy Golden City. He was already being merciful by only destroying Thunder City. Previously, he didn't even think of destroying Thunder City. They could only blame themselves for thinking too highly of themselves. When he asked them to hand over the Nether Devil Lord, they didn't dare to do so. This was their outcome. Doomsday is here. This calamity began within a radius of 1 mile. In the end, the fire and lightning continued to spread until the entire city was enveloped in it. Screams could be heard incessantly. However, Ling Xiao was indifferent. He only stared in the direction of the city. He saw the Nether Devil Lord hiding in there with his own eyes. He didn't believe that the old man wouldn't come out, unless that old man wanted to be destroyed along with Thunder City. Ling Xiao, you're too ruthless. You killed our Star Lord and even want to destroy our Thunder City. Angry roars could be heard from below. Who's to blame? You guys hid the Nether Devil Lord and refused to hand him over. You asked for it. Ling Xiao's voice was still cold. End of chapter. Chapter 48:23. Thunder City continued to crumble and burn. Suddenly, a figure dashed out from within and fled into the distance at high speed. Ling Xiao wouldn't let him escape this time. He couldn't afford to waste any more time. He had to kill the Nether Demon Lord as soon as possible to avoid any more trouble. While he was chasing after the Nether Demon Lord, he felt like something was staring at him. It was like a giant eye, a blood-red eye. It gave him a very uncomfortable feeling. Moreover, it was emitting a terrifying aura of death. Ling Xiao felt that the undead calamity was about to arrive, so he shouldn't waste any more time on the Nether Demon Lord. Therefore, he used the fused body. The fused body reached the 6th level of the divine physique echelon. Even if he faced the Nether Demon Lord, he could definitely crush him. With the help of the god-defying Tao Tai, Ling Xiao instantly killed the Nether Demon Lord above Thunder City, not giving him any chance to escape. However, things still went beyond his expectations. The Nether Demon Lord's body exploded, and there was no soul in his mind. It was exactly the same as the Law King's situation. Damn it, it seems like the Lotus Flower has already planned everything. Ling Xiao frowned and turned to head toward Golden City. He had to prepare early. Otherwise, no one would warn him when the undead calamity was activated. At this moment, in front of the Great Emperor Palace, there were over 1 million representatives from the Golden Heavens domain, the 3,000 holy cities, and Golden City. At the same time, the Soul Mirror started a live broadcast. Ling Xiao's coronation ceremony was about to begin. It was a live broadcast to over 10 billion people in the Golden Heavens domain. Everyone was waiting in front of the Soul Mirror. They were eagerly looking forward to the start of the grand occasion, although Golden City had almost turned into ruins at this moment. The Great Emperor Palace was still intact. As long as the Great Emperor Palace existed, Golden City would still exist. The Flower King personally presided over this grand ceremony. The Fire King and Thunder King assisted from the side. Although Golden City had just experienced a war, there weren't many casualties. It could be said that it was a complete victory. It was this perfect victory that filled them with anticipation for this new sovereign in the future. The scene was orderly, not because they were afraid, but because they were in awe. They were in awe of the Golden Emperor and Ling Xiao. More and more people were still rushing back. These people were the Golden City's martial artists who had been out on a mission. Even when the Subjugator Alliance attacked the City of Gold, they were not summoned back. However, when Ling Xiao ascended the throne this time, Huang Jindi summoned all of them back. It could be seen how much importance he attached to this ascension. Among the representatives waiting below, nearly a quarter were martial artists from the Heavenly Dynasty Empire, with the Battle Alliance at the head, including the entire Eastern Victory Strong country. It was actually the territory of the Heavenly Dynasty Empire. Huang Jindi already knew about this, but he didn't care. As long as they kept the name of the Golden Sky region, they could kneel to the Heavenly Dynasty Empire, because he believed that Ling Xiao's future would be even more exciting than now. It was impossible for this person to stay in the 4 regions and 9 worlds forever. The Eternal Desert might become his next stop. Originally, people like Zhao Fengyun, Han Myung-ko, and Zi Qinya were not qualified to sit in the VIP seats because they were weaker, but because they were directly related to Ling Xiao, and because they were loyal to Ling Xiao. Therefore, they also received the respect they deserved. They were on an equal footing with the experts of the Golden City. This was also arranged by Ling Xiao in advance. He wanted to tell all the martial artists in the Golden Sky region that as long as they followed him and were loyal to him, he would give these people the power and status they deserved, the rewards they deserved. Millions of people were just the representatives. If all the martial artists in the Golden Sky region poured into the Golden City would probably be trampled to the ground. The dense crowd waited for the start of the ceremony in an orderly manner. People were discussing in private, because the main character of this coronation ceremony, Ling Xiao, had not appeared yet. Of course, Huang Jindi did not appear either. He was also waiting for Ling Xiao's return. Once Ling Xiao appeared, the ceremony would immediately begin. But even so, when the martial artists from the 4 great countries saw the Thunder King, Fire King, and Flower King, they were satisfied. They were already satisfied. After all, they couldn't see them in person at all. Jiang Nan, do you dare to imagine? Back then, that kid wasn't very outstanding in the Fighting Soul Sacred City. Now, he's going to become the ruler of the Golden Sky region. I feel like I'm dreaming. A sacred lord of the 3,000 Sacred City looked at the current great sacred lord of the Battle Alliance, Jiang Nan, and said with emotion, Ling Xiao was going to become Huang Jindi soon. The position of the great sacred lord of the Battle Alliance was naturally given to Jiang Nan, who used to be the sacred lord of the Fighting Soul Sacred City. Yes, back then, I wanted to take away his master. Now that I think about it, it's actually a little ridiculous. Jiang Nan thought of the past, and an excited smile appeared on her face. One of her choices back then had actually brought her such a harvest today. This was something she had never thought of. What's so funny? I even fought with him back then. Gao Shen smiled bitterly and said, At that time, I was stronger than Ling Xiao, but at that time, I had already discovered his terrifying potential. But I never thought that he would have grown to such an extent. He can even kill an emperor. The gap between him and me is getting bigger and bigger. I really want to cry. I originally wanted to cultivate desperately to keep up with him, so that I could help him. But now, I suddenly realized that this kid is running too fast. I can't catch up at all. Lion Xiaobao also smiled bitterly. Even so, there are still many things you can do. We can only try our best to keep up with his footsteps. If we can't, then help him deal with the matters of the Heavenly Empire. This is also helping him. Haim Miankeo followed Ling Xiao from the Heavenly Dragon Continent. It was not the first time he had seen Ling Xiao's rapid improvement, so he was already used to it. Moreover, he also believed that the faster Ling Xiao's strength improved, the more benefits it would bring to them. The reason why their cultivation was slow was because the cultivation resources were not good, and the place was not good. And with Ling Xiao as the leader, they could always improve by leaps and bounds after Ling Xiao broke through. And all of these resources came from Ling Xiao. Therefore, as long as they worked for Ling Xiao, they were not afraid that nothing good would happen to them. Ling Xiao will be fine, right? The new hall master of the punishment hall, the immortal king, looked at the distant sky. Darkness seemed to have enveloped the entire world. This kind of weather had been going on for many days. He always felt that something terrible was about to happen. There was a reason why Ling Xiao chose the immortal king to become the hall master of the punishment hall. The immortal king was originally neutral in the City of Gold. In this way, he would not be biased toward any side and would only be loyal to him. As for Yang Shui, Bailey Shiwu, and Lei Meng, they were all people who were going to inherit the position of supreme martial artists. They all had their own paths to walk. They would not fight for this position. They did not dare to fight for it. End of this chapter. Chapter 48:24. According to Ling Xiao's plan, the future hall master of the punishment hall would not be loyal to the supreme king, but to the Golden Emperor. This way, it would be fair to a great extent. Of course, absolute fairness was not realistic. That would be utopia. At least, Ling Xiao did not think it was possible. But he could work in this direction. Don't worry, he'll be fine. I can feel that he's coming back soon. Yang Shui stood there and looked into the distance. Although the clouds were dense, a ray of sunlight pierced through the thick clouds and shone on the ground. Let's start the ceremony first. The Flower King suddenly looked at the Undying King and said, "He's coming back soon." Yes, the Undying King bowed and said. Then he walked to the high platform. He looked down at all the participants and the warriors who were watching the ceremony in front of the billions of soul mirrors. I, the Undying King, Inghai, as the hall master of the punishment hall, as the most loyal subject of the Golden Emperor, Ling Xiao, I will read the history of the Supreme King. Please don't forget the glory and hardships of the past. Remember him and create a better tomorrow. Inghai read aloud. He read from the first Golden Emperor to the current Golden Emperor. It took a full hour. Every sovereign realm master had a legendary history. If you were not a legendary figure, you were not qualified to become the supreme king of the Golden Heavens domain. Although the history was long, people were very excited. That was their sovereign, a figure they revered, and a powerful existence that was most worthy of their remembrance and learning. The Golden Heavens domain had 4 supreme kings. Speaking of which, the most ordinary one was the current supreme king. This might be the reason why the Golden Heavens domain declined. The 3rd supreme king, the person Ling Xiao had met in the corridor of time and space, although he had only been in the position of supreme king for 100 years. However, the glory he created shocked everyone. It was he who made the Golden Heavens domain the most powerful existence in the 4 regions and 9 realms. Of course, the current Supreme King, the 4th Supreme King, was not as good as the previous 3 Supreme Kings. But this did not mean that he did not have great achievements. He had faced many dangers, but he had allowed the Golden Heavens domain to survive. It was just that he was too benevolent, causing the internal management to be lax, causing the Golden Sky region to slowly decline. Finally, I need to focus on describing our future fifth emperor. Furthermore, his glorious experiences had been recorded in the sovereign's era. Everyone, please listen carefully. Many of the people who came here had heard some rumors, but to be honest, they weren't completely clear about Ling Zhao's situation. The undead king felt that it was necessary to explain everything from the beginning to the end. He started from Ling Zhao's birth in the heavenly dragon continent. Every word was filled with deep affection and respect. It made Ling Zhao's legendary experience even more exciting. It was as if a picture scroll had been opened before the listener's eyes. All of this was because the undying king worshipped Ling Zhao from the bottom of his heart and respected Ling Zhao. This took another 2 hours. The moment he finished speaking, there was a thunderous uproar. Many people did not expect that Ling Zhao would have such a miraculous experience. This was even more miraculous than the previous 4 generations of emperors. The people's worship of him had also reached the peak. The 2-hour story was finished. Suddenly, a terrifying force came from afar. It attracted everyone's attention. Who dared to make trouble on this day? Did they want to die? Until the force came closer. Only then did the people cheer. First, some people recognized Ling Zhao. Then they led most of the people, and finally all of them. Ling Zhao was dressed in martial attire. Although it was not very clean, that was because he had just experienced a fierce battle. His appearance was handsome and delicate, and there was an incomparable domineering air about him. When the people saw him, they actually had a feeling of wanting to submit to him. Ling Zhao suddenly remembered that he hadn't touched the state of the fused body yet. It was no wonder. He smiled and returned to his original body. Only then did the terrifying pressure disappear. "My king, has it been done?" The undead king asked excitedly. "The physical body of the Nether Demon Lord has been destroyed, but this guy has already surrendered to the lotus flower. His soul resides in the lotus flower, so I couldn't kill him." Ling Zhao shook his head and said, such a conversation made many people excited involuntarily. They were talking about killing a 5th-level divine physique echelon emperor. "Come down. Let's not talk about this first. Today is your coronation ceremony. We'll talk about other things after it's over." The Flower King said with a smile. Ling Zhao nodded and landed on the ground. He waved his hand lightly and changed his clothes. After all, it was a sacred coronation ceremony. He still had to treat it seriously. "You're finally back." At this moment, a huge figure appeared in the sky. The figure was surrounded by a golden light. It caused everyone present to kneel on the ground. Even the warriors in front of the soul realm subconsciously knelt down. Because he was the current Golden Emperor, Bai Yi, before he abdicated, he was still a sovereign. Even after he abdicated, he was still the most powerful existence in the Golden Sky region, so no one dared to underestimate him. Disciple Ling Zhao greets the sovereign. Ling Zhao never liked to kneel. Even in front of the Golden Emperor, he stood there calmly and bowed. He had the tyrannical martial soul and the human king's inheritance. He was not allowed to kneel in front of these people. Even if he sincerely respected and worshipped them, he was not allowed to do so. The Golden Emperor did not care about such etiquette. Anyway, it was not the first time Ling Zhao did not kneel in front of him. He smiled faintly and said, "Today, I pass the position of the sovereign to you. You are the 5th-generation sovereign of the Golden Sky region. In the name of the Golden Emperor, I swear to protect every warrior and every citizen of the Golden Sky region." Ling Xiao raised his right hand and swore loudly to the Golden Emperor. At this moment, his attitude was sacred and sincere. He was definitely not swearing an oath casually. Since he had made an oath, he would stick to it. What could be more difficult than the great ambition of unifying the mystic world? He was determined to do that, let alone other things. Very good. The golden emperors of each generation have their own armor and weapons. Now take this. The golden emperor gently waved his hand, and a spatial crack appeared in the void. A set of golden armor, and a golden scepter flew out from it. They were all emperor weapons with 9 dragon patterns. Although they were not as good as the great emperor palace and the eternal blood jade talisman, but in the 4 regions and 9 realms, they were already the top. The armor is called the Golden Emperor armor. The scepter is called the Golden Scepter. In the past, they have accompanied me for many years and fought off countless enemies with me. Today, I will pass them on to you. I hope you can continue to pass on these 2 treasures. The Golden Emperor was filled with emotions. He suddenly thought of the scene when he inherited the position of the sovereign. That was a heavy burden. Now, he could finally hand over this burden. Come and read. Chapter 48:25. After unloading the heavy burden, Huang Jindi Day Night let out a long sigh of relief. Now, he could fully immerse himself in cultivation and prepare for his battle with Emperor Lianhua. Other things could be left to Ling Xiao. As for Ling Xiao's arrangements, he would no longer ask. Everyone, the new generation will replace the old and continue the coronation ceremony of the new Huang Jindi. This old man still has some things to do, so I'll take my leave first. After Bai Yi completed his abdication, he disappeared. In fact, what appeared was not his real body. It was just an illusion. Farewell, Supreme Emperor Bai Yi. Ling Xiao bowed and said loudly, even if Bai Yi abdicated, he was still the 4th generation Supreme Emperor. This would not change. As his voice sounded, everyone also stood up to send Bai Yi off. Then, the undead king continued to announce, the coronation ceremony will continue. Pay respects to the previous Supreme Emperor. Ling Xiao nodded and bowed 3 times to the memorial tablets of the 3 deceased Supreme Emperors. At this moment, he did not feel any grievances. On the contrary, there was a sense of holiness. Perhaps this was the feeling of inheriting the throne. Kneel down and worship Huang Jindi Ling Xiao. After the ancestral worship, the undead king announced loudly to the millions of warriors below. Following this voice, the sound of people kneeling down rang out in unison. Ling Xiao had used his own performance to conquer everyone. He was fully deserving of the title of Huang Jindi. Greetings, Supreme Emperor. A thunderous voice rolled over. The entire Golden City was in an uproar. The warriors who were watching the live broadcast in front of Soul Mirror also cheered excitedly. The new Supreme Emperor had ascended the throne. Would the Golden Heavens still be bullied? They were really looking forward to the future. After all, when the 4th Supreme Emperor was in power, the strength of the Golden Heavens was indeed constantly declining. Perhaps the new Supreme Emperor could bring new hope. Everyone knelt on the ground, including the 3 Supreme Kings. Even if they were Supreme Kings, even if Ling Xiao was the Huang Jindi, they had no right to be exempt. Moreover, they were willing to kneel, because without Ling Xiao, Golden City might not exist anymore. Before Ling Xiao became the Golden Emperor, he had completely convinced them. From now on, Ling Xiao's words were the supreme order. As long as it was a martial artist from the Golden Sky region, no one would dare to disobey. Ling Xiao sighed in his heart. He had finally improved again. From the Sky Dragon continent to the Divine Phoenix continent, then to the White Tiger continent. Now, he had come to the Black Tortoise Continent. He had finally ascended to the throne of power in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Of course, he was not satisfied with this. He wanted the entire 4 regions and 9 worlds to be under the rule of the Celestial Empire. Therefore, if he went to the Eternal Palace again, it wouldn't be a simple marriage proposal. Instead, he wanted to incorporate the Eternal Emperor domain into the Celestial Empire. Many people didn't even dare to think about his ambition. "Everyone, please rise." Ling Xiao gently raised his hands, allowing the martial artists to stand up. Only then did everyone slowly stand up. He looked at the handsome young man standing on the high platform. The Golden Sky region had really bet on the right treasure. Not long ago, Ling Xiao was not known by many people. However, after today, everyone in the 4 regions and 9 worlds would know about him. All right, next is the grand banquet. Everyone, please enjoy to your heart's content. Tomorrow, we will set off and return. The entire 4 regions and 9 worlds is about to experience an abnormal calamity. I believe many people have already discovered it. The sky became even darker, and the scarlet sun's light became incomparably dim. The power of darkness is gradually recovering. I still have important matters to discuss with Lord Bai and the Sovereign. We must not let the aura of the dead spirits taint the land of the Golden Sky region. Everyone, goodbye. When Ling Xiao finished speaking, he had already disappeared. The grand banquet began. After all, there were so many people who came to pay their respects. No matter what, they had to enjoy themselves. The following matters would naturally be taken care of by the 3 great sovereigns. Ling Xiao had already placed his attention on the 108 primordial blood jade talismans. His cultivation had risen to the 1st level of the divine body realm. He was also getting more and more familiar with controlling the Emperor weapon with 10 dragon patterns. It was time for him to obtain the 108 primordial blood jade talismans. In addition, there was also the lotus flower's sovereign physique. He had to get his hands on it. Not only could he increase his strength, but he could also prevent the lotus flower from ever completing the fusion. He would never be able to recover his former strength. Otherwise, if the lotus flower were to recover his former strength in the country of eternity, no one would be able to stop him. Fortunately, the treasures that would ensure victory were still in their hands. The grand banquet began. The 3 sovereigns, Yang Shi, Bailey Shiwu, Raymond, the Undying King, Hai Myung-keo, and the others gathered together. As they drank, they chatted about the important matter that Ling Xiao had mentioned. I heard the sovereign White Knight say that the sovereign Ling Xiao intends to hide the lotus flower's sovereign physique in his own storage space. The Fire Emperor sighed and said, "This way, he will be completely targeted by the lotus flower." Yeah, I really admire his courage and guts. The Flower Emperor sighed with emotion. When she first heard the news, she didn't believe it at all. However, when the White Knight personally told her that it was the truth, she realized that she had underestimated Ling Xiao. The series of events that happened after that also proved Ling Xiao's courage and responsibility. I'm a bore. I don't dare to say anything else, but as long as the sovereign Ling Xiao is alive, I'll protect him. The Thunder Emperor gritted his teeth. Very few people could make him want to protect them wholeheartedly. Even the sovereign White Knight didn't make him feel that way. However, he saw a fearless spirit in Ling Xiao. He saw that he was shouldering the burden of the human race's rise and fall. He wasn't a noble person, but that didn't stop him from helping someone with great ideals. You beat us to the punch. The Fire Emperor and the Flower Emperor laughed. Their attitudes were actually more resolute than the Thunder Emperor's. At this time, Ling Xiao had already entered the sovereign White Knight's cultivation area in the Great Emperor Palace. The White Knight looked at this junior kindly, this youth who had inherited his dreams and will. Although I've asked you countless times before. Today, I'll ask you one last time. Are you sure you want to hide the lotus flower's sovereign body in your body? The White Knight asked very seriously. Ling Xiao nodded and said, I've answered you more than once. I'm sure. Perhaps you still don't understand how dangerous this is. Once you obtain the lotus flower's sovereign body, then he will treat you as a thorn in his side. He might even hunt you down forever. This way, the 4 regions and 9 worlds might be able to escape this calamity, but you're in danger. The White Knight reminded him. Of course I understand this logic. Ling Xiao smiled and said, I'll make the arrangements for my funeral. Even if I leave, the Golden Sky region will still stand tall in the 4 regions and 9 worlds and won't be bullied by anyone. If he focuses all his anger on me alone, then it'll be simple. My ability to escape is top-notch in the world. Instead, I'm afraid that he won't do that. End of this chapter. Chapter 48:26. Supreme Emperor White Knight shook his head helplessly. Child, there are some things that I have to tell you the truth. Lotus Flower's strength is absolutely unmatched in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Even the Eternal Emperor, who is hailed as the strongest in the 4 regions and 9 worlds, can't resist him. Even if he can't obtain the body of an emperor, he's definitely a top 6th level divine body realm powerhouse. If he obtains the body of an emperor, then we can only wait for death. So, can you understand how heavy your burden is? You're practically related to the survival of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. You old fellow, when did you become so wishy-washy? Ling Xiao suddenly said loudly, Still don't understand? Even if that lotus flower doesn't come looking for me, I won't go looking for him. That old fellow tried to kill me once, although he couldn't kill me. But I'll remember this grudge. He can forget about escaping. I'm not great. On the contrary, I'm very selfish. I also told you that the 4 regions and 9 worlds are going to be included in my heavenly dynasty empire. Do you think that I'll let that damned lotus flower ruin this great mountain and river? Supreme Emperor White Knight laughed. Looks like I'm really worrying too much. You brat, you look selfish, but in reality, you're a very courageous and insightful person in front of major issues. All right, since you've made your choice, let's go. You've already seen the grid of the Eternal Blood Jade Talisman. It's just that there are many things that you still don't know. I'll bring you to take a look now. He didn't talk nonsense either. Ling Xiao had clearly made up his mind. This brat was very stubborn. Once he decided on something, it was basically impossible to change it. What he could do was to try his best to make Ling Xiao stronger. Soon, the two arrived at the center of the 108 Eternal Blood Jade Talismans. Mysterious incantations flickered on the huge stone tablets. Every stele contained a mystical power, suppressing all sorts of monsters, suppressing all things that caused trouble. Standing there, Supreme Emperor White Knight formed seals with both hands. A door actually appeared in the void. Ling Xiao was still wondering why he didn't see the body of an emperor before. It turned out that it was actually hidden in such a space. These 108 primordial blood jade talismans were indeed miraculous. He was actually able to create a space. Moreover, even an array formation grandmaster like him didn't notice it. Let's go. Follow me in. The lotus flower's sovereign physique is being suppressed inside. But don't be too surprised when you see it. Supreme Emperor White Knight gave Ling Xiao a strange smile. Ling Xiao felt a little puzzled. His sovereign physique was identical to his appearance. Could it be that the lotus flower's sovereign physique was not? But thinking about it, it seemed that the Death Spirit Emperor and the lotus flower's original body looked different. It seemed that Lotus Flower's method of condensing an avatar was different from Ling Zhao's. Perhaps the sovereign physique was also different, but what was it like? She couldn't be a peerless beauty, right? It was very spacious. It was almost like a maze. It seemed that Supreme Emperor White Knight was very careful. Not only did he use an independent space to suppress the Lotus Flower's sovereign physique, but he also used the sovereign physique. He even set up all kinds of mazes inside. Even if the other party was lucky enough to enter, he might not be able to obtain the sovereign physique. Supreme Emperor White Knight led the way. Ling Xiao followed closely behind. The two of them did not speak. Ling Xiao had been guessing what the sovereign physique was like. Whether he could control it or not was in his hands. What are you thinking about? Perhaps feeling that the atmosphere was too silent, Supreme Emperor White Knight spoke first. I was thinking, how much soul power would it take to fully control the 108 Eternal Blood Jade Talismans? Ling Xiao naturally couldn't return to thinking about what the sovereign physique looked like. It was a little too gossipy. With your current cultivation, you can't unleash the full effect of the Emperor weapon with 10 dragon patterns. So there's no need to forcefully activate the 108 Eternal Blood Jade Talismans. But try to control some first, such as 12. The Eternal Blood Jade Talismans can be combined to attack. 12 can be combined with the formation, and the power is even greater. You know the formation, so of course you can use it cleverly. Supreme Emperor White Knight laughed. That's a good idea. Ling Xiao nodded. This was just like the Crimson Blood Demon sword in his hand. Only when his strength increased would the Crimson Blood Demon sword release a portion of its power for him to use. It was just right for his current cultivation. It would be easier to use, and it wouldn't backfire on him. Actually, this was a good thing. As for the sovereign physique, he didn't plan to use the Eternal Blood Jade Talisman to suppress it at all. As long as that thing entered his mountain river world, it naturally wouldn't be able to escape. If it really didn't work, he would seal it in the universe of tyrants. That place could even seal Tao Tai. Not to mention the Lotus Flower's sovereign physique. It was not a problem at all. As they talked and walked, they soon arrived at their destination. Take a look for yourself. That's the Lotus Flower's sovereign physique. It was sealed in the 10,000-year-old ice. It's still vivid and lifelike. It's just that there's no longer the Lotus Flower's soul imprint in it. It can even be said that it's just a perfect avatar. Supreme Emperor White Knight suddenly pointed forward. It was imprisoned by several spell chains. It was also sealed in the 10,000-year-old ice. It just didn't want the Lotus Flower's soul to enter. Damn, it can't be. With just one look, Ling Zhao's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He was just joking earlier. Who would have thought that the thing sealed in the 10,000-year-old ice was actually a peerless beauty? That kind of beauty was not inferior to the Moon Maiden at all. It was just that there was a huge difference in temperament. The Moon Maiden had the kind of temperament that was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. To outsiders, it was like 10,000-year-old ice, but to people close to it, it was very gentle and warm. However, this woman's temperament felt like it belonged to a queen-level existence. Her face was close to 25 or 26 years old. It was a rather mature and flirtatious face. Ha ha! I've finally seen you lose your composure. Supreme Emperor White Knight smiled and said, "To tell you the truth, this Lotus Flower's original body is indeed a man. However, his 3 avatars were refined from other people's bodies. Each of them is a peerless genius with outstanding talent. Of course, that's all I know. As for this woman's identity and background, I don't know anything about it. No wonder the method to condense the avatars is completely different from mine. I even suspect that he was chased to the 4 regions and 9 worlds because of this matter, and then sealed," Ling Xiao said with a frown. "You guessed it right. Each of the 3 bodies he used had an extremely deep background, and they were the hope of their respective forces or families. In the end, they were all killed by this lotus flower. How can he not be angry? Unfortunately, Lotus Flower had already cultivated the Lotus Sutra and was extremely powerful. It was very difficult to kill him. Therefore, he could only choose to seal him." Supreme Emperor White Knight sighed and said, "This Lotus Flower is really a lunatic." Ling Xiao shook his head. To become enemies with such a lunatic, he could only kill him as soon as possible. Otherwise, there would be endless trouble. End of this chapter. Chapter 48:27. Next, you will begin to subdue the primordial blood jade talisman. I will protect you from the side. If there's any trouble, let me know in time." Supreme Emperor White Knight reminded him. Ling Xiao nodded, and the 2 of them left the independent space. They came outside, looking at the 108 primordial blood jade talismans. Supreme Emperor White Knight said, "A 10-dragon pattern emperor armament is extremely powerful, so you have to be prepared to spend time. You might miss the day when you propose marriage." "I won't." Ling Xiao smiled and shook his head. If it was his first time coming into contact with a 10-dragon pattern emperor armament, it might take him a few months to subdue it. But he wasn't. He had the reverse god sword in his body, so he could completely suppress the primordial blood jade talisman. Moreover, he also had the tyrant martial soul, which made his terrifying domineering aura even stronger. Therefore, an extremely difficult task for others was for him. It was actually extremely simple. Under Supreme Emperor White Knight's extremely shocked gaze, he only used 10 minutes to subdue the primordial blood jade talisman. The entire space was moved into the tyrant universe. With a thought from Ling Xiao, 108 primordial blood jade talismans turned into huge stone tablets and floated around him. Of course, with his current cultivation, he was still unable to perfectly unleash the power of these primordial blood jade talismans. Therefore, he only needed 12 to use them normally. In the future, as his strength increased, he would slowly strengthen them. This was the 3rd 10-dragon pattern emperor armament he had obtained. It felt inferior to the reverse god sword, but it was much stronger than young Master Jin Xiu's 3-pointed dragon spear. Ling Xiao had already given the 3-pointed dragon spear to Valkyrie Yang Shuyi. With that, Yang Shuyi's combat strength would not lose to a 5th-level divine physique realm martial artist. She would become the new supreme king. A person's strength could not be considered true strength. He had always been very clear about this. Only the heavenly empire would become stronger. His sealed world body and tyrant martial soul would become stronger. The sealed world body was different from the divine demon black tortoise body. The divine demon black tortoise body was only a physical characteristic that strengthened the body, but the sealed world body was the sublimation of the soul to the body. Ling Xiao possessed the mysterious world body, so he could know everything that happened in the heavenly dynasty empire with just a thought. He could even control all the elemental spiritual energy within the heavenly dynasty empire. That would become a part of his combat strength. In a sense, as long as he stayed within the boundaries of the celestial empire, he was an invincible existence. Even kings of sovereigns might not be able to kill him. "You really surprised me." Supreme Venerable White Knight smiled bitterly and said, "Looks like I was worried for nothing. Since that's the case, you might as well cultivate here. This old man also needs to wholeheartedly increase his strength and prepare for the upcoming battle." He had already made up his mind. Now that he had a successor, he could go all out. With nothing to worry about, He could sacrifice himself to kill Emperor Lianhua. He sent the respectable old man away. Ling Xiao began to cultivate. In terms of cultivation, he had just made continuous breakthroughs, so it was unlikely that he would have any room for improvement in the short term. His physical body had also reached the level of an emperor weapon with 10 dragon patterns. Now, the direction of improvement was naturally martial techniques. He had already mastered the one-word stance and two-word stance of the god-defying art. Next, it was time to practice the trisyllabic style. The trisyllabic style was not just an increase in strokes. Its basic power had also increased by 10 times compared to the two-word stance. With a thrust of the sword, it could directly release 3 sword lights. This was why Ling Xiao said that the value of the god-defying sword was far higher than the eternal blood jade talisman. Just the god-defying art alone was extremely powerful. The cultivation of the god-defying art's trisyllabic style was the key to increasing his combat strength. Of course, there was also the improvement of the cosmic light divine fist. He had only mastered the first level of the cosmic light divine fist, but it could have a miraculous effect in many key battles. And this was merely time stop. If he cultivated the second level of time reversal, it would probably produce an even more miraculous effect. The third level of controlling the future sounded even more mysterious. He did not know how it would be. In fact, with his current strength, even if he went to the Eternal Palace, there would be no problem. However, what Ling Xiao had to face now was not just the marriage proposal. The greater calamity was Lotus Flower. That was an existence even more terrifying than the Eternal Emperor. Therefore, he had no choice but to make himself stronger. Yu Fenghua had not returned yet, so there was no way to talk about the marriage proposal. It was better to wait until she and White Peony came out of the alternate space. At this stage, there was nothing else to do. He just needed to steadily increase his strength. However, before he could cultivate, someone suddenly reported that someone was looking for him in the chaotic sand ocean. Ling Xiao frowned. He knew many people in the chaotic sand ocean, but there were probably not many who dared to come to the Golden City to look for him. Could it be Mo Jiao? In the chaotic sand ocean, his best friend was Mo Jiao. Although the Beast Deities Alliance did not treat him well, Mo Jiao had always been good to him. He even had a conflict with his father, the Alliance Master of the Beast Deities Alliance, for him. If it was really him, he had to meet him. However, the person who came told him that it was not Mo Jiao, but a king of the Beast Deities Alliance who was at the 4th level of the Divine Body realm. He looked very haggard, and it was unknown what kind of accident he had encountered. Ling Xiao suddenly realized that this person's arrival might be related to the lotus flower. The lotus flower would not wait for them to make their preparations before he took action. He might have already obtained the supreme god physique. He was seizing the time to merge with it. At this juncture, the chaotic war of the 4 regions and 9 worlds ended with the Golden City's victory. Of course, the lotus flower would not be satisfied. When he thought of this, Ling Xiao could no longer cultivate in peace. Anyway, the improvement of his martial skills could be done through battles. He had always done so. After leaving the Great Emperor Palace, Ling Xiao went straight to the Fire King Palace. He was in the Fire King Palace. Although many buildings were destroyed in the previous battle, the palaces of the 4 Supreme Kings and the Punishment Palace were still intact due to the protection of the array. Ling Xiao had the closest relationship with the Fire King. Therefore, when he was not around, the Fire King was the highest commander. If others were to look for him, they would naturally look for the Fire King first. After arriving at the Fire King Palace, Ling Xiao saw an unfamiliar person. In any case, he had never seen him before. However, The aura exuding from this person's body did not have the aura of the dead spirit race, so he was relieved. Greetings to the sovereign. The Fire King bowed. Ling Xiao nodded. The person seemed to be stunned for a moment and did not speak for a long time. You really became a golden emperor. He seemed to be completely unable to believe the fact in front of him, and his eyes were about to pop out. What, you don't believe me? Ling Xiao exuded a powerful domineering aura, which made the other party feel afraid. No, no, no. If you are the sovereign, it will naturally be better. I beg you, please save young master Mo Jiao. The person suddenly knelt down and begged. Ling Xiao frowned. Get up and talk. What happened? What happened to my friend Mo Jiao? Subconsciously, Ling Xiao knew that something big had happened, and the trouble this time might be very big. End of chapter. Chapter 48:28. Ling Xiao had always valued his friends. If something really happened to Mo Jiao, there was no way he wouldn't help. Moreover, he needed a stronger challenge to increase his strength. It's a long story. Don't worry. Tell me in detail. Don't leave out any details. Saving people required time. However, Ling Xiao had always believed that everything needed to be clarified first. If he rushed to save people without knowing what was going on, he might not be able to save people and might even lose his life. Yes, sir. That person drank a mouthful of water and adjusted his emotions. Then, he explained in detail what had happened. It happened on the day Ling Xiao went to the damp lands. The source of everything was the graveyard of the gods. Ever since the warriors were attacked in the graveyard of the gods, the beast deities' alliance sealed the entrance. They didn't allow anyone to enter without permission. They even sent people to watch over it. However, one day, something terrifying happened. A strange black gas was released from the graveyard of the gods. The seal was broken. The guards were infected by the terrifying black gas and turned into something that was neither human nor ghost. This was only the beginning. If things had only developed to this point, the beast deities' alliance wouldn't have been so flustered. But what happened next, no one could have foreseen. After the guards of the beast deities' alliance were turned into undead creatures, they disappeared. They didn't attack the beast deities' alliance. However, the graveyard of the gods was occupied by undead creatures. Even the entrance was guarded. The undead creatures built a tall tower there. It was at least 100 meters tall. The beast deities' alliance master didn't want to provoke Lotus Flower, so he chose to retreat. He didn't attack the undead creatures. He didn't even inform the Elders Guild in the chaotic sand ocean. The tower was built overnight. At that moment, the chaotic sand ocean fell silent in the darkness. At the top of the tower, a huge blood-red eye appeared. It cast the terrifying darkness over the entire chaotic sand ocean. From that moment on, things went completely out of control. When Ling Xiao heard this, he suddenly thought of the eye he felt before. He originally thought that it was just an illusion because he was too afraid of Lotus Flower. But at this moment, he finally understood that it wasn't an illusion at all, but something that truly existed. What kind of uncontrollable consequences did this giant blood-red eye bring? Ling Xiao asked hurriedly. That person continued to explain. There were many warriors in the chaotic desert sea. Although it couldn't compare to the 4 regions and 9 worlds, it still had a permanent population of more than 10 million. And the floating population was close to 100 million. On the first day that the giant blood-red eye appeared, many weaker warriors and demonic beasts had strange changes. They became irritable. Their skin had also turned a terrifying blood-red, incomparably ferocious. They even began to devour their own kind. What was even more frightening was that with the support of the blood-red light, their combat strength was even stronger than before. However, He seemed to have gradually lost his mind and become someone else's puppet. All of them only knew how to kill. People call it the Blood Devil. Currently, there were close to 10 million blood devils in the chaotic desert. 10 million! Ling Xiao sucked in a breath of cold air. This was 10 million people, not 1,000 stones. They had all been transformed into blood devils. Moreover, this number was still increasing. For now, only divine body realm warriors could resist this blood-red light. But the longer they stayed, the easier it was to be transformed. Many divine body realm first-level warriors had already been transformed into blood devils, and this was just the influence of the blood-red light. The most frightening thing was that the warriors killed by the blood devils would also be transformed into their own kind. Therefore, the number of blood devils kept increasing, while the number of normal warriors kept decreasing. Although a large number of warriors had escaped from the chaotic desert sea, the blood-red light, released by the giant blood-red eye, was expanding at an extremely fast speed. Sooner or later, it would engulf the entire 4 regions and 9 worlds. This was really too frightening. Even Ling Xiao couldn't help but shudder. He started to realize something. It was a very troublesome thing. Even if Lotus Flower didn't do it personally, he could still kill all the warriors in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. It was scary just thinking about it. What happened to Mo Jiao? Didn't he escape from the chaotic desert sea? Ling Xiao asked anxiously. The person shook his head. Young Master Mo Jiao and the League Master only realized how frightening the giant blood-red eye was after they realized that the situation wasn't good. Unfortunately, half of the Beast Deity League's warriors had already turned into blood devils. The young master and the League Master organized the Divine Body Realm warriors in an attempt to destroy the tower and the giant blood-red eye. But they failed, and they were chased by the giant blood-red eye. Now, the chaotic desert sea is surrounded by blood devils. It'll be very difficult for them to escape. I see. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Ling Xiao realized that Mo Jiao's current situation might be very dangerous. If he didn't go, who could save Mo Jiao? Dizun, you can't take the risk. The Fire Emperor said, anxiously. From what he said, the chaotic desert sea has basically become a purgatory. It's useless even if you go. Moreover, you're a Dizun. If anything happens to you, what will happen to the Golden Sky region? Fire Emperor, before you advise me, you'd better not forget my temper. I don't want to say this a second time. When a friend is in trouble, it's impossible for me to not help. Moreover, have you thought about it? Once the giant blood-red eye's influence continues to expand, will our Golden Sky region be spared? Don't forget that the 4 major regions are all connected to the chaotic desert sea. The 9 worlds also have exits that lead to the chaotic desert sea. At that time, no one will be able to escape. Since I'm the Dizun of the Golden Sky region, there's no reason for me not to go and take a look. Ling Xiao's attitude was very resolute. Who said I'm going to advise you? The Fire Emperor smiled. I want to go with you. I can only be at ease if I'm by your side at all times. That's my good comrade. Ling Xiao smiled. With the Fire Emperor going with him, Ling Xiao naturally felt more at ease. With the Fire Emperor's cultivation, there would basically be no problem. This lotus flower hadn't really shown its power yet, but it had already caused such a terrible disaster. The so-called undead calamity wasn't just for show. If they didn't care, the entire 4 regions and 9 worlds would definitely become a true hell. Brother, you should rest first. I'll go and handle some matters. We'll set off in half an hour. Ling Xiao looked at the Beast Deity Union's martial artist and said, No problem. That person heaved a sigh of relief. It couldn't be better if Ling Xiao was willing to help. With the Fire Emperor, they might really be able to save the young master of the demon flood dragon. After that, Ling Xiao urgently called for a meeting of the upper echelons. He ordered the Thunder Emperor and Valkyrie to lead the army and station them at the border between the Golden Sky region and the chaotic Desert Sea. They stopped the Blood Devils from entering. The Flower Emperor continued to oversee the Golden City. This matter couldn't be sloppy. End of chapter. Chapter 48:29. If they could save the chaotic Sand Ocean, they couldn't let the Crimson Eye's influence spread to the Golden Skies. The Thunder Emperor and Yang Shuyi immediately led the army after receiving the order. Those who went were all Divine Physique Realm martialists. After all, martialists below the Divine Physique Realm couldn't resist the light of the Crimson Eye. Ling Xiao also set off with the Fire Emperor and the Beast Deity Union's martialists. They directly arrived at the border through the transportation array. The moment they arrived, Ling Xiao saw the huge demonic eye. The demonic eye stood at the top of the tower like a blazing sun. The crimson light was only a few miles away from the border of the Golden Skies. It would be able to extend over very soon. Master, how can we resist the light of the demonic eye? Ling Xiao had no choice but to ask the Yuan Venerate for help. After all, his master was very knowledgeable. I can help with the array, but I will have to consume 10 of your 9 dragon-patterned emperor weapons. The splendid mountain river umbrella that you obtained from young Master Jin Xiu might be the key. Are you willing to part with it? Of course. Ling Xiao didn't hesitate. He had already bestowed or given away quite a number of emperor weapons with 9 dragon-patterned emperor weapons. Some of them were with Haim Myung-keo and had become the Heavenly Dynasty Empire's national treasures. However, he still had about 30 of them. It wouldn't be a big deal, even if he consumed 10 of them. Ling Xiao still knew what was important. As long as he could eliminate the lotus flower, he would probably still be able to obtain the emperor weapons with 9 dragon-patterned emperor weapons. All right, as long as you are determined, I can block the influence of the demonic eye outside the Golden Skies. However, I'm afraid I can only rely on you guys to deal with the blood demons. The Yuan Venerate said. That's enough. Ling Xiao nodded and left his body behind to help the Yuan Venerate set up the array. This way, the Yuan Venerate's soul wouldn't collapse. He, the Fire Emperor, and the Beast Deity Union's martialists stepped into the chaotic Sand Ocean. How should I address you? Ling Xiao suddenly looked at that person and asked. Zhang Yu. That person replied, there are blood devils guarding the front. The road ahead will be very difficult. You must be careful. I'll bring you to the Beast Deities Union's camp first. Everyone is waiting for you. The Alliance Master of the Beast Deities League and the young Master Mo Jiao were not present. The Beast Deities League needed a strong leader. Obviously, Ling Xiao, the Golden Emperor, was very suitable. This was because he was still very influential among the martial artists of the Beast Gods League. It wasn't just because Ling Xiao had a good relationship with Mo Jiao. More importantly, Ling Xiao was the only person who had ever made the Death Spirit Emperor suffer a loss. Ling Xiao's face was gloomy, because the lotus flower's original body breaking the seal had a lot to do with him. He had to take responsibility. Even if he didn't release the lotus flower's true body, the dead spirit emperor would still act in his demon form. The same thing would happen again. After all, the undead emperor had been preparing for this for over 1,000 years. It was time to start the plan. The arrival of the original body only allowed him to start the plan 1 or 2 years earlier. But no matter what, it was Ling Xiao who sped up the arrival of this matter. He sped up the fusion of the demon form and the original body. He was responsible. He didn't want to shirk the responsibility. Even if he couldn't save the tens of millions of people who had been killed, he had to minimize this disaster. He even had to destroy the lotus flower. No matter what, as long as he had a clear conscience, it was fine. The three of them were already very careful. They didn't even choose to fly in the air, but they were still discovered by the blood devils. Under the huge blood-red demon, they had almost no secrets to speak of. It was Ling Zhao's first time seeing a blood devil. Their auras were the same as the undead, but their bodies were stronger. It was best if everyone was about 2 meters tall. Their bodies were covered in blood-red scales, and their movements were very fast. Its defense and recovery ability were both extremely strong. How troublesome! Looking at the densely packed blood devils around them, Ling Xiao frowned. He even suspected that this was a plot by the lotus flower to deliberately lure him into a trap. A figure appeared among the blood devils. It was the Punishment King, Huang Jading. Ha ha ha! Ling Xiao, it seems that the Emperor's guess was right. You definitely won't stand by and watch when something happens to the Beast-Gods Alliance. But this senseless sense of justice will be the best reason for your death. Huang Jading let out a cold laugh. This person was different from before. His body was almost the same as the blood devils, but taller, more powerful. He even looked 70% like the old him. His combat strength was probably even more terrifying than the Fire King. Traitor! The Fire King roared and pounced. Violent flames swept through the entire space. Fire King, do you still think I'm the old Huang Jading? On the other side, the Punishment Law King sneered and also stretched out a fist, directly dispersing the raging flames. Kill! However, Ling Xiao suddenly attacked at this moment. The Void God sword and the Crimson Blood Demon sword were in hand. He instantly charged into the crowd. As the sword flashed, the blood devils were killed one by one under his sharp blade. Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment because he discovered something. These people who were controlled by the blood-colored giant, I might not have completely lost control of their bodies. They could still be saved. Ling Zhao's Tai Chi, I discovered that everyone's soul was wrapped in a ball of blood-colored light. This light made the warrior's soul completely lose its self-awareness. It fell into hibernation. As long as he could disperse this blood-colored light, he could save these people. However, this was not an easy task. He had to first have the strength to kill the blood devils. Only by completely killing these guys and attacking the blood-colored light with spirit essence would the blood-colored light dissipate. However, the physical body could no longer recover. It could only remain in its current state. One by one, the blood devils were killed. One by one, the warriors were saved. The Punishment King was a little anxious when he saw this scene. The weakness of these blood devils was actually found by Ling Xiao. This Ling Xiao, as Yang Fan said, was indeed the nemesis of the lotus flower. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao, but with the Fire Emperor blocking him, he could not reach him. Beast God Alliance's Zhang Yu was not weak either. After all, he was a 4th-level divine physique echelon king. Don't fight. If you can leave, leave. Ling Xiao knew that now was not the time to fight to the death. This place had already become the territory of the lotus flower. There were too many blood devils. It was impossible to kill all of them. The enemy's experts might also come to help. Once they were delayed, it would be troublesome. Understood. The Fire Emperor received Ling Zhao's order and directly took out the Emperor weapon with 9 dragon patterns. Then, he unleashed a terrifying attack that sent the Punishment Law King flying. Although the Punishment King's golden cauldron was stronger than the Fire Emperor, he did not have the Emperor weapon with 9 dragon patterns. This was the Fire Emperor's advantage. After repelling the golden cauldron, Ling Xiao kept all the rescued warriors into the Dong Sheng Emperor ring. Then, the 3 of them flew into the sky. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared from the golden cauldron's vision. Emperor, please guide the target. The golden cauldron looked at the giant demon eye and bowed. End of chapter. Chapter 48:30. To avoid being locked on by the demon eye, Ling Xiao had the Fire Emperor and Zhang Yu hide in his Dong Sheng Emperor ring. Then he chose to conceal himself. He didn't know if it would work, but he had to try. Luckily, although they encountered some blood devils, they weren't very strong, so Ling Xiao managed to avoid them. Now wasn't the time to fight. The most important thing was to destroy the blood-red demon eye as soon as possible. As long as that thing was destroyed, he might be able to save the martial artists who were being controlled. Even if he couldn't, he could stop the energy from spreading. The Beast Deities Alliance's camp was located in a hidden forest in the chaotic desert. There was a natural fog here that could block the demon eye's light. When Ling Xiao arrived with the Fire Emperor and Zhang Yu, the Beast Deities Alliance's martial artists all came out to welcome them. Everyone could see that their faces were filled with excitement. After all, the Beast Deities Alliance's leader and young leader, Mo Jiao, were nowhere to be found. Their rescue efforts didn't make any progress. Under such circumstances, they didn't just send a messenger to the City of Gold for help. The Eternal Palace, Heaven's Sacred Ground, and Savage Beast Region had all sent people. However, the only news they had was from the City of Gold. He didn't know if something had happened to the messenger, or if the three forces weren't willing to help. Ling Xiao noticed that more than half of the Beast Deities Alliance's martial artists in the valley were below the divine body realm. These people's bodies had undergone some strange changes. However, they hadn't completely demonized. It was probably because they managed to hide here in time. He was supposed to be one of the overlords that controlled the chaotic desert, but now he had been reduced to hiding in this dark forest deep in the mountains. It wasn't that they were too weak, but that lotus flower was too strong. The lotus flower had only used the demon lord's body and the dead spirit emperor's power, and it had already caused such a terrifying disaster. Who knew how terrifying it would be once its power was fully awakened? There were thousands of Beast Deities Alliance's martial artists, including some neutral martial artists who were hiding here with the Beast Deities Alliance, as well as martial artists from the Patriarch Society. There were more than 100,000 of them. There were also more than 10,000 Divine Body Realm martial artists, although most of them were at the first level of the Divine Body Realm. However, this was still a force to be reckoned with. However, they couldn't avoid the influence of that terrifying blood-red light. They could only set up camp here for the time being. Fortunately, martial artists of this level were different from mortals. They did not need to consume large amounts of food. Otherwise, food would be a big problem. The moment these 100,000+ people saw Ling Xiao, they actually bowed in unison, although it wasn't as grand as a kneeling ceremony. But this was still quite shocking. The Beast Gods League, the neutral martial artists, and the Patriarch Society's martial artists were all the same. The martial artists of the Board of Patriarchs came from various forces of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. They also understood the grudges between the various forces. Therefore, he was actually a little afraid of Ling Xiao's arrival. You don't have to be afraid. Now that the 4 regions and 9 worlds have encountered a common enemy, I will temporarily put aside our past differences and hatred and focus on dealing with Lotus Flower. I also hope that some people won't try to trip us up. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Ling Xiao said loudly. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief when they heard this. There was nothing wrong with them. Why would they look for trouble? As long as Ling Xiao didn't deal with them, they would be very satisfied. Welcome, Lord Huangjin, Lord Hua. Some of them even knelt on the ground in excitement and faced Ling Xiao with incomparable sincerity. When they were in danger, it was not their forces that came, but Ling Xiao. They still knew what was good for them. Ling Xiao nodded, very satisfied with the performance of these people. We are willing to listen to Lord Huang Jin's orders and deal with lotus flower together. Please give the order. At this moment, two people walked out of the crowd. Ling Xiao was stunned. Weren't they Qin Huang and Qin Qin from Heaven's Wall City? Why were the two of them here? Qin Huang was less aggressive and domineering than before. It was probably because he had suffered a few setbacks after coming to the 4 regions and 9 worlds that caused these changes. Qin Qin was still as beautiful and confident as before. From the beginning, she had thought highly of Ling Xiao, and the facts had proven this point. Ling Xiao had become the Yellow Emperor and one of the leaders of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. And this time, he actually came to rescue them personally. We are willing to listen to the orders of the Yellow Emperor. The rest of the people also shouted loudly. Qin Huang and Qin Qin were very brave and powerful in battle, so they had a high reputation among these people. Since even they had to bow down to Ling Xiao, the rest of the people naturally had nothing to say. Brother Qin is also here, but you can't destroy the giant crimson. Ling Xiao asked curiously. Not to mention destroying the giant crimson. We can't even get close to the demonic tower. Lotus Flower deployed a large number of troops there, so it's impossible without 3 to 5 peak 5th level divine physique echelon warriors. Qin Huang smiled bitterly and said, also, to destroy the giant crimson, we need to restrain its power. The Void God sword in Brother Ling's hand is the key. The dead spirit emperor desperately searched for the Void God sword because he was afraid it would fall into the hands of others and become his nemesis. I see. Ling Xiao nodded. How about this? Martial artists at the 3rd level of the divine physique echelon, and above will form a subjugation team and follow me to the demonic tower. The remaining martial artists will continue to stay here and set up a defense line to stop the blood demons from entering. Oh, right. I have something to tell you. After killing the blood demons, you can try to destroy the crimson light with your divine essence. This way, the blood demons will regain their consciousness. They will become our combat power. These are the people I rescued on the way. As Ling Xiao spoke, he released the martial artists he rescued earlier. Although they still looked like the blood demons, they obviously had human intelligence. Their combat power had increased greatly. Among these people, there were even some who were relatives or friends of the martial artists present. At first, everyone was still a little wary. However, after careful contact and confirming that there was no danger, both parties hugged each other and wept silently. Brother Ling, you've really surprised me. We've already killed quite a few blood devils. We've killed a lot of blood demons, but we didn't notice this. Qin Qin really didn't misjudge you. Qin Huang was full of admiration for Ling Xiao. It doesn't matter if you kill them. As long as their souls don't disperse, they can still be saved. The remaining martial artists at the 2nd and 1st level of the divine physique echelon search for the blood demons' corpses and revive them as soon as possible. The good news is that the corpses under the crimson light almost won't rot. So hurry up, there's still hope. Ling Xiao said. That's great. Everyone was very excited. After all, many of the blood demons they killed were their friends or fellow disciples in the past. If they really killed them, they would also feel sad in their hearts. Now that there was such a way to save them, it was really great. Bailey Fengxing, I'll bestow you with a treasure. You'll lead the remaining martial artists and complete this task. Ling Xiao looked at the elders of the City of Gold, who were staying in the chaotic sand ocean, and said, Come and read. Chapter 48:31. After giving Bailey Fengxing the emperor weapon with 6 dragon patterns he obtained from Huang Jinyu, Ling Xiao's subjugation team left. There were more than 60 people in the subjugation team, and all of them were third-level divine physique echelon and above. The emperor weapon with 6 dragon patterns might be nothing to Ling Xiao now. However, it was still a treasure to most of the martial artists in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Although Bailey Fengxing was only at the 2nd-level divine physique echelon, with this treasure, his combat power could easily suppress the remaining martial artists. This made it easier for him to command. I'm really surprised. The Golden City just went through a battle, and you actually agreed to help. You even brought the Fire Emperor with you. You're truly a righteous person, Qin Huang exclaimed. You don't have to praise me so much because I'm not only doing this for these people, but also for the Golden City. I know very well that once the chaotic desert completely falls, the Golden Sky region won't be able to escape. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, No. Everyone knows about this. However, it's very difficult to make a decision and not wait to reap the benefits. We send out a request for help to the 4 major forces at the same time. The Eternal Palace, Heaven's Sanctuary, and Savage Beast region didn't make a move. Only you came. Isn't this clear enough? If it's possible, I'm willing to be your brother. I'm just afraid you won't acknowledge me. Qin Huang smiled. Why would I? I couldn't ask for more if Brother Qin is willing to be my brother. However, being brothers isn't just a matter of words. You have to do it with your actions. A few of my good brothers have been tested time and time again by blood and fire before they were able to join us. Ling Xiao said, I understand. I'll prove myself. Qin Huang always had a feeling that Ling Xiao would rule the Heaven's Wall City in the future. Today, he called Ling Xiao brother not only because he admired Ling Xiao, but also for the sake of his family's future. His thoughts were completely different from Saint Tian Ho and young Master Jin Xiu. Everyone, stop! Ling Xiao suddenly waved his hand and signaled everyone to stop. His expression became extremely solemn. He seems to be the leader of the Beast Deities Alliance. His Tai Chi eye allowed him to see more and further things than others. Really? Zhang Yu asked excitedly. Listen to my orders. Don't make a sound and sneak over. He seems to be under siege. It's best if we launch a surprise attack. That way, it'll be easier to help him out. Ling Xiao said, Yes. More than 60 people were obedient to Ling Xiao. Along the way, they had already encountered several battles. Ling Xiao was not only powerful in battle, but he was also able to command his troops well. Both of them were able to achieve complete victory. The rest of the people slowly crept in from the outside. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, entered the form of a shadow warrior and quickly rushed over. The Alliance Master of the Beast Deities Alliance was clearly in a sorry state. He was surrounded by thousands of blood devils. This wasn't a big deal, because the strongest among the blood devils was only at the 1st tier of the divine body echelon. The most troublesome thing was that there were 2 powerful undead guards surrounding the Alliance Master of the Beast Deities Alliance. On their bodies were the symbols of 10 and 9. Undead guards 10 and 9 were at the 5th tier of the divine body echelon. They were only slightly weaker than the Alliance Master of the Beast Deities Alliance. With the 2 of them working together, the Alliance Master of the Beast Deities Alliance could only defend himself. He was also injured in many places. If it wasn't for his cunning and rich battle experience, he would probably be dead by now. Even so, if he didn't attack, he would be defeated in at most 10 minutes. Hell's Shadow Strike. Ling Xiao didn't waste any time and attacked right away. He entered the sovereign physique state and released Hell's Shadow Strike. He pierced through Undead Guard 10's body with a sword. However, a 5th tier divine body echelon, Undead Guard wouldn't be killed so easily. This guy was severely injured, but he still managed to survive. However, Ling Xiao had already achieved his goal. His sneak attack gave the Alliance Master of the Beast Deities Alliance a chance to catch his breath. Then, Ling Xiao released the Dragon God Frost Array diagram. A large area of ice covered the entire battlefield. Thousands of blood devils were affected. Attack! At this moment, Ling Xiao roared. More than 60 experts charged out. Among them, the Fire King was up against Undead Guard 9, and Qin Huang was up against Undead Guard 10. The Alliance Master of the Beast Deities Alliance was stunned when he saw this. The person who saved him was actually Ling Xiao. This was something he didn't expect at all. Don't be so surprised. You did help me in the past, so I'm returning the favor. You can decide what you want to do from now on. Ling Xiao stood there and looked at the severely injured Alliance Master of the Beast Deities Alliance. What are you going to do? The Alliance Master of the Beast Deities Alliance asked. To destroy the demon eye. Ling Xiao said calmly. Let me join too. The Alliance Master of the Beast Deities Alliance gritted his teeth and said, more than half of the martial artists in the Beast Deities Alliance were exposed to the blood light and turned into blood devils. Some of them were even turned into the undead race. I must take revenge for this. You can join, but you have to listen to me. Can you do that? Ling Xiao asked. No problem. The Alliance Master of the Beast Deities Alliance cupped his fists and said, I'm at your command. Alliance Master, Ling Xiao is now a Golden Emperor. Zhang Yu walked over and said, Golden Emperor. As expected, the Alliance Master of the Beast Deities Alliance revealed the same shocked expression. I must have been blind to not see your potential back then. Fortunately, my son, Mo Jiao, is a smart little fellow. Let's not talk about this anymore. This is a healing pill. Take it quickly. Since the Alliance Master of the Beast Deities Alliance was willing to help, Ling Xiao wouldn't be stingy with him. He would definitely provide him with healing pills. Including this fellow, there were now 5 5th-level Divine Physique Echelon experts in their team. The 3 from the Beast Deities Alliance were the Alliance Master and the 2 Vice Alliance Masters. Of course, the 2 Vice Alliance Masters' cultivation was slightly weaker. They could only be considered as average combat power among the 5th-level Divine Physique Echelon experts. The Alliance Master of the Beast Deities Alliance was considered as the top high-level combat power and was on par with the Fire Emperor. The 3 of them, together with the Fire Emperor and Qin Huang, made a total of 5. If Ling Xiao was included, it would be 6. This way, their subjugation team wasn't weak at all. The Alliance Master of the Beast Deities Alliance swallowed the healing pill, and his injuries were healed. At this moment, the battle on Qin Huang's side had ended. Among the geniuses in the Heaven's Wall City, Qin Huang was second only to Sage Tian Ho. He was much stronger than Undead Guard number 10. Originally, Undead Guard number 10 had already been severely injured by Ling Xiao. How could he be a match for Qin Huang? Naturally, he was easily killed. The battle on the Fire Emperor's side was also nearing its end. Seeing that the situation wasn't right, number 9 actually chose to escape. Their escape method was very unique and couldn't be stopped at all. However, according to Ling Xiao's experience, the weakness of this escape method was also very obvious. It seemed like it could only be used once and couldn't be used again for a long time. Using up one chance to escape was already considered good. Out of the 2 leaders, one was killed and the other escaped. The rest of the Blood Devils also scattered immediately. More than 800 of them were killed, but they were all rescued and regained their consciousness. End of chapter. Chapter 48-32. Ling Xiao pointed out the path for the rescued martial artists and asked them to look for Bailey Fengxing in the valley. Along the way, They had basically cleared out all the blood devils, so they wouldn't encounter too much trouble. If there were, these people weren't to be trifled with. On the contrary, their combat power was still very strong. After that, everyone continued to move forward. The closer they got to the graveyard of the gods, the stronger the terrifying aura became. It brought a huge amount of pressure to everyone's hearts. The pitch-black sky was as though it was swallowed by a devil. Only the blood-red light was like blood, releasing a color that made people tremble. The entire world was practically deathly silent, making people feel very uncomfortable. This situation was almost the same as the world of souls that Ling Xiao had been to before. Everyone, be careful! This is the territory of the Beast Deities Alliance, and the demonic pagoda is standing here. I think it will be more dangerous. The leader of the Beast Deities Alliance reminded, at this moment, the martial artists in the third level of the divine physique echelon didn't look good because they felt even more pressure when they were close to the demonic pagoda. Even their minds were in chaos and fluctuating. Seeing this, Ling Xiao ordered them to guard outside. This way, the pressure would be less, and it could also protect the escape route for Ling Xiao and the rest. Once the blood-red demonic eye was destroyed, there would definitely be a large number of troops chasing after them. If the escape route wasn't smooth enough, it would be very troublesome. After these people stayed behind, the number of people decreased from 60 to 30. They were all experts in the fourth level of the divine physique echelon and above. They would be fine for the time being. The 30 people came to the main hall of the Beast Deities Alliance, and Ling Xiao hoped to find the whereabouts of the demonic flood dragon here. However, they didn't find it. It seemed like they could only think of a way to mobilize the army to find it after destroying the demonic pagoda. After all, it would be easier to find it with more people. Quick, hide! Ling Xiao suddenly waved his hand and said hurriedly. Everyone subconsciously looked for cover. Not long after, they saw a black mass in front of them. Oh, my God, there must be 100,000 blood devils here. What a joke! Someone exclaimed, and his expression was quite bad. Don't worry, we have the geographical advantage. The main hall of the Beast Deities Alliance is a natural defensive structure. Although we have fewer people, we are stronger. There shouldn't be a problem. The Alliance Master of the Beast Gods Alliance swallowed a mouthful of saliva. In fact, he was also very nervous. As the saying goes, enough ants can kill an elephant. This was the first time he had encountered such a large number of blood devils. It seemed that Emperor Lianhua really did see them as a threat. Everyone nodded and gathered at the entrance, using the city walls to prepare for a defensive battle. Although many parts of the hall had been damaged due to the battle, it would still be able to hold on for about an hour. The entrance was a door about 4 meters wide. The gate had been shattered long ago, so this place would become the key location for them to kill the blood devils. This might become a protracted battle. Everyone attack in groups of 10. If they were tired from the first round, they would switch to the second round. If they were tired from the second round, they would switch to the third round. It just so happens that there are many pills in the main hall that can be used to replenish them. The leader of the Beast Deities Alliance was indeed an emperor. The fact that he could lead the Beast Deities Alliance against the Board of Patriarchs wasn't an exaggeration. In the face of battle, his train of thought was very clear. With his arrangement, Ling Xiao didn't say anything. However, his expression suddenly changed after a while. F***CK, Lotus Flower really thinks highly of us. Did he send out all the remaining undead guards? Through his Tai Chi eye, he saw that there were 9 figures of 5th-level divine body echelon experts among the 100,000 blood devils. They were numbered from 1 to 9. Number 9 was severely injured by the Fire King, but he didn't die. He must have gone back to get reinforcements. Fifth level divine body echelon martial artists, don't join the battle first. Your opponents are the undead guards. Ling Xiao finally spoke. Yes, the 5 fifth level divine body echelon experts nodded in response. At this moment, the 100,000 blood devils had begun to charge into the main hall. Ling Xiao tossed out 3 formation refining stones and set up 3 layers of formations. On the one hand, it could increase their combat power. On the other hand, it could weaken the opponent's combat power. In this way, even if they had fewer people, they could use the terrain advantage to gradually turn their disadvantage into an advantage. Ling Xiao didn't activate the martial soul array because the blood devils were nothing in his eyes. Although there were many of them, they wouldn't be a threat as long as they couldn't all charge in at once. The most troublesome thing was still the 9 undead guards. They had to prevent them from destroying the walls. If the walls were destroyed and 100,000 blood devils swarmed in, they could only run. Huang Jindi Ling Xiao is indeed powerful. These 3 layers of formations have saved us a lot of effort. Zhang Yu's brows relaxed as he lamented. At first, he was worried that they wouldn't be able to stop the 100,000 blood devils. However, with the formation, the situation was completely different. Although the 3 layers of formations weren't meticulously set up and weren't that powerful, they could still be of great help. There were many people who had the same thoughts as Zhang Yu. From fear to a boost in morale, it was all because of Ling Xiao's formation. Qin Qin looked at Ling Xiao and couldn't help but be shocked. If he's here, the people in Heaven's Wall City wouldn't be so afraid. Alliance Leader Beast Deity, you're in charge of dealing with Undead Guard number 1. Is that okay? 100,000 blood devils weren't a problem for now. Next, it was time to deal with the real enemy. No problem. The Beast Deity Alliance leader nodded. I'm not asking you to kill him, but you just have to stall him. Ling Xiao added because Undead Personal Guard number 1 was the most powerful among all the undead guards. Although he was also in the 5th level of the Divine Physique echelon, he was considered a top-notch high-level warrior. Understood. The 2 of you deal with number 9 and number 8 respectively. Understood. Ling Xiao said to the 2 Vice Alliance leaders of the Beast Deity Alliance. Yes, with their strength, they could only deal with the weaker number 9 and number 8. Qin Huang, you deal with number 2. Fire Emperor, you deal with number 3. Ling Xiao said. Understood. But Brother Ling, there are still 4 left. Qin Huang frowned. I'll stall these 4. You 2 try to deal with your opponents quickly and come help me. Ling Xiao planned to give it a try. His godly physique hadn't returned yet, so he couldn't use the Tao of Fusion. However, the god-defying Tao Tai was already a powerful demonic beast at the 5th level of the divine physique tier. Ling Xiao felt that with his formation, although he definitely couldn't defeat it, it shouldn't be a problem to stall these guys. All right, be careful. Everyone didn't say anything else. They were already at a disadvantage in this battle, so no one expected the enemy to focus on them. But then again, even if they didn't encounter any obstructions here, they would still encounter trouble when they reached the demonic tower later. Perhaps they would be lucky if they encountered it earlier. Kill. At Ling Xiao's command, everyone pounced out at the same time. End of chapter. Chapter 48:33. The violent energy sent many blood devils flying. The 9 undead guards were obviously stunned. Under normal circumstances, the enemy should be guarding the main hall. They really didn't expect that these idiots would actually dare to pounce on them. This momentary daze gave the Flame Emperor an opportunity. He didn't follow Ling Xiao's plan to deal with undead guard number 3. Instead, he pounced on number 9. He killed number 9 with a punch while he was unprepared. Number 9 was already heavily injured. The Fire Emperor used the Emperor weapon with 9 dragon patterns, which was why he was able to kill him instantly. After killing number 9, the Fire Emperor didn't stop. He turned around and fought with number 3. The small change didn't disrupt the plan. The 2 vice leaders of the Beast Deities Alliance only changed their opponents. They were going to deal with number 8 and number 9, but now they were going to deal with number 7 and number 8. The pressure on Ling Xiao lessened slightly. He activated the martial soul barrier and trapped number 4, number 6, and number 6. At the same time, he activated the Child God's Blood formation. This formation wasn't only useful for the inside of the martial soul barrier. It extended to the outside and covered an area of 1 mile. It could help the others weaken the enemy. Within the martial soul barrier, Ling Xiao didn't care about anything else. He had already done what he needed to do. Next, he had to focus on the 3 enemies in front of him. Undead Guard number 6 had mid-tier 5th, level divine, physique, echelon combat power. Undead Guard number 5 also had mid-tier combat power. Undead Guard number 4 had high-level combat power. If Ling Xiao could use the Tao of Fusion, then these 3 fellows would naturally not be his match. The problem was he couldn't use it now. At most, he could enter the sovereign physique state and face 3 powerful opponents with his 3rd level divine physique echelon cultivation. The situation was much better than he had imagined. Now, the 4 opponents had become 3. Ling Xiao even felt that he could win. Kill. The 3 undead guards weren't people who talked nonsense. They knew Ling Xiao's plan, so they wanted to end the battle quickly. The 3 of them worked together to kill Ling Xiao quickly. That way, he could go and help his other comrades. No matter how confident Ling Xiao was, he didn't dare to take on 3 people by himself. He had his own plans. He had to first separate the 3 undead guards so that he could defeat them one by one. The attacks of the 3 undead guards erupted at the same time. It was so powerful that even the Alliance Master of the Beast Gods Alliance and the Fire Emperor wouldn't dare to take it head-on, because this attack was enough to seriously injure them. However, such an attack would only be effective if it hit the enemy. Unfortunately, it didn't hit its target this time. Ling Xiao had chosen to use the ancestral Earth Golden Light technique to move away the moment his opponent attacked. He had already made up his mind. Unless there was an excellent opportunity, he would definitely not choose to make a move. All he had to do was dodge. In any case, all he had to do was stall for time. The 3 undead guards didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so fast. They were all a little annoyed. The 3 of them exchanged glances and actually chose to split up. In that instant, Ling Xiao smiled. The reason why he didn't immediately release the God-defying Tao Tai was because he wanted this effect. He believed that the undead guards were smart, so they would definitely choose to split up and surround him. After all, even if he fought one-on-one, he definitely wouldn't be a match for any one of the 3. But if he released the God-defying Tao Tai, they definitely wouldn't do that. With his plan successful, Ling Xiao began to move toward one of the undead guards. He chose undead guard number 6. Of the 3 enemies, number 6 was the weakest. If he wanted to kill him, his chances of success would be higher. His acting skills were good. He looked like he was running for his life, but in the end, he just happened to run into number 6 attack range. At this moment, number 4 and number 5 actually stopped. They only blocked off Ling Xiao's other escape routes. They looked coldly at Ling Xiao. Number 6 was only 3 meters away from Ling Xiao. He suddenly launched an attack toward Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't dodge. If he wanted the God-defying Taotia sneak attack to succeed, he had to use himself as bait. When number 6 attack successfully landed on Ling Xiao, a smile appeared on number 6's pale face. Suddenly, a beastly roar rang out. Number 6 didn't even have a chance to react before he was swallowed. The energy essence was instantly devoured by the god-defying Tao Tai. At this moment, Ling Xiao was also sent flying. His injuries weren't light. Although he had already resisted with all his might, his opponent was a divine body 5th level powerhouse after all. Fortunately, it was only the sovereign body that was injured. He instantly switched to the demon sovereign body. He let the sovereign body heal and wait for the next switch. At this moment, number 4 and number 5 were still in shock and hadn't recovered yet. In just an instant, the situation was reversed. Ling Xiao, who they thought was definitely going to die, was actually still alive. The one who died was actually number 6. They really didn't expect this. A moment later, the 2 undead guards exploded with angry roars and pounced toward Ling Xiao at the same time. Naturally, the same method wouldn't work twice. Therefore, Ling Xiao ordered the god-defying Tao Tai to stop number 5. It was much easier for him to face number 4 alone. When the other party was alone, it was extremely difficult to trap him. At the same time, the others were also fighting. The Alliance Master of the Beast Deities Alliance and Undead Guard number 1 were locked in a stalemate. However, Qin Huang and the Fire Emperor had a certain advantage. Qin Huang had an emperor weapon with 10 dragon patterns. As expected of the genius of Heaven's Wall City, the Fire Emperor also had an emperor weapon with 9 dragon patterns. He could completely suppress the undead guards. The best Dharma treasure these 2 undead guards had was only an emperor weapon with 7 dragon patterns. The difference was obvious. In comparison, the 2 Vice Alliance Masters of the Beast Deities Alliance were in danger. They were obviously at a disadvantage. However, it shouldn't be a problem for them to hold on for a while. As for the main hall, Zhang Yu, Qin, and the others took advantage of the terrain. Although they were facing 100,000 blood devils, in reality, they only had to face 7 to 8 enemies each time. The rest of the enemies were blocked outside the wall and couldn't charge in at all. In addition to the effects of the formation, more than 10,000 blood devils had already been killed. No one chose to purify immediately. This was because they were too close to the blood-red demon. Even if they were purified, these weaker warriors would instantly turn back. Within the martial spirit barrier, the god-defying Tao Tai couldn't defeat Undead Guard number 5. However, its body was extremely strong because it was a god-defying sword and a star-devouring behemoth. It was impossible for the Undead Guard to kill it. Even the lotus flower couldn't do it. Therefore, it could firmly hold number 5 back. On the other side, Ling Xiao desperately dodged and used the bloodthirsty plague to continue weakening number 4. At this stage, this was all he could do. After all, the difference in strength between the 2 sides was too great. In any case, Ling Xiao's mission was to hold these 3 guys back. Now, he had actually already exceeded his expectations. As long as they continued to hold on and waited for the Fire Emperor and Qin Huang to finish their battle, they would definitely win. End of chapter. Chapter 48-34. The battle progressed as Ling Xiao expected. The Fire Emperor finally defeated Undead Guard number 3. Qin Huang killed Undead Guard number 2. The other 2 went to help the Beast Deities Alliance Master. The 3 joined forces. Undead Guard number 1 saw that the situation was bad and actually turned to flee. The 3 didn't give chase because they didn't know what was going on ahead, and the battle here wasn't over yet. 3 of the most powerful undead guards were gone. Number 7 and number 8 were obviously panicking. Although they suppressed the 2 deputy leaders of the Beast Deities Alliance, they still couldn't win in a short time. Seeing number 1 flee, they also fled in a hurry. "You're finished," Ling Xiao let the Fire Emperor, the Beast Deities Alliance Master, and Qin Huang enter the martial soul barrier. The two deputy leaders of the Beast Deities Alliance went to help the others deal with the 100,000 blood devils. Although it was 100,000, most of them had already started to flee because of the undead guards' escape. With two fifth-level divine physique echelon experts joining the fight, the battle would be easier. Inside, the martial soul barrier, Qin Huang and the Beast Deities Alliance Master worked together to deal with number 5. Ling Xiao and the Fire Emperor worked together to deal with number 4. This was a battle without any suspense. Number 4 and number 5, who had been weakened by the bloodthirsty rats, couldn't withstand the fierce attacks at all. In the end, their lives were taken by Ling Xiao. This battle, because the plan was clear and the battle process was very organized, they obtained a great victory after paying a small price. Only number 1, number 7, and number 8 undead guards escaped. The rest were all killed. The god-defying Tao Tai absorbed a large amount of energy essence and reached the mid-tier of the 5th-level divine physique echelon. I've discovered that every time Brother Ling is around, the battle becomes extraordinarily easy. If you didn't hold back the 3 undead guards, we would have lost this battle. Qin Huang was more and more impressed with Ling Xiao's ability, but Ling Xiao's eyes were looking into the distance at this moment. More people came. After a while, not only Ling Xiao saw them, but the others also saw the 3 martial artists. They weren't blood devils. They didn't seem to have the aura of the undead race. As soon as they appeared, they helped Zhang Yu and the others attack the blood devils. They all seemed to be very strong. An expert at the 4th level of the divine physique echelon. So much healing medicine. After the blood devils were killed or driven away, the 3 martial artists discovered many pills piled up in the hall. He rushed in excitedly, picked it up, and stuffed it into his mouth. The crowd did not stop them. Perhaps they felt that they were all here to fight against the dead spirit race. Moreover, this pill was meant for everyone to use. However, he did not expect that these 3 people were really not polite. After swallowing some medicinal pills, they actually kept stuffing those medicinal pills into their storage rings. The 3 of you, that's more or less enough. These pills are for everyone, and we still need to use them. You can take some with you when you leave, but don't go overboard. Zhang Yu said with a frown, "You're the leader?" The 3 martial artists obviously didn't realize that there was a 5th-level divine physique echelon expert here. They also didn't realize that a few of their undead guards had been killed by these people. Therefore, their attitudes were quite rude and unreasonable. "Brat, listen to me. We saved you, so it's natural for us to ask for these rewards. If you don't want to die, then shut your mouth." One of them pointed at Zhang Yu's head and roared. "Haha, you saved us? Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't be so shameless. We've already done our best to let you leave with some medicinal pills. My temper can be considered good. If you offend someone with a bad temper, he won't negotiate with you." Zhang Yu sneered, the Alliance Master of the Beast Deities Alliance, and Ling Xiao both had bad tempers. "Oh, you're quite arrogant. I'll be honest. You bunch of trash will become blood devils sooner or later. It's a waste to give you these medicinal pills. Why don't we take all of them? As for you guys, scram as far away as you can, while I'm in a good mood. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving alive." As he spoke, that person suddenly put his finger to his mouth and whistled loudly. Hundreds of martial artists dashed out of the forest. They all had bows and arrows in their hands. The arrows were already on the bowstrings. As long as he gave the order, Zhang Yu and the others would become porcupines. Of course, this was only their wishful thinking. Idiots! Ling Xiao sighed. When the 4 regions and 9 realms encountered such a calamity, there were still people like this. It was really disappointing. Don't waste time. Get rid of the 3 of them. He gave the order. At times like this, it was all the more important to cut the Gordian knot. He didn't have that much time to waste. Yes, the ones who attacked were Zhang Yu and the 2 vice alliance masters of the Beast Deities Alliance. In an instant, the 3 arrogant fellows became 3 corpses. There was no suspense. It was only at the moment of their deaths that they suddenly realized what a terrifying person they had encountered. They thought that Zhang Yu and the others were preparing to escape. They didn't expect that Zhang Yu and the others were actually preparing to destroy the demon eye. A slight mistake, and they lost their lives here. It was pitiful, but also hateful. What about those people? Zhang Yu asked as he looked at the surrounding martial artists with bows and arrows. Ling Xiao didn't have time to answer before a blood-curdling scream came from the group. Then he saw a black shadow shuttling through the crowd like a ghost. After a while, over 100 martial artists were all killed. They became the undead clan without intelligence. They weren't blood demons. He waited for the black shadow to stop. Ling Xiao finally saw its appearance clearly. Trouble is here. It was a leopard, a black leopard with a black body. Its body wasn't very big, but its speed was shockingly fast. It even caught up with Ling Xiao's holy ground demonic shadow. This was too terrifying. Ling Xiao was well aware of the huge effect a speed advantage could have in a battle. A 5th-level divine physique, echelon blood demon beast. Demonic beasts were different from martial artists. Their soul power was weaker. Therefore, even if they were powerful, they would be easily controlled by the demon eye. After entering the chaotic desert sea, this was the first time Ling Xiao encountered a powerful blood demon beast. All of you, hide well and guard the entrance. Ling Xiao hurriedly ordered. When dealing with this kind of speed-type demonic beast, they couldn't give it the space to display its speed. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. This gore-fiend Black Panther could kill them all in an instant, leaving only a few people alive. The blood demon Black Panther stood there and looked at them. Suddenly, it turned around and disappeared into the darkness, still like a ghost. Many people heaved a sigh of relief, but Ling Xiao's expression wasn't very good. If this blood demon Black Panther attacked directly, they might still be able to kill that guy here. After all, this place had the advantage of terrain. But the troublesome thing was that the blood demon Black Panther had escaped. They couldn't just stay here and wait. In that case, the blood demon Black Panther could come out and attack at any time. To them, it was simply a disaster. End of chapter. Chapter 48:35. What should we do? The leader of the Beast Deities Alliance looked at Ling Xiao and asked, "What else can we do? Let's continue. We can't stop our mission just because of a blood demon Black Panther. Of course, if anyone is afraid and doesn't dare to continue, they can continue to stay here." Ling Xiao said, although he was also worried. A blood demon Black Panther definitely couldn't stop him from doing what he wanted to do. No one planned to stay. When they followed Ling Xiao out, they had already disregarded life and death. Of course, no one was willing to die. They were only willing to sacrifice themselves for some cause or something. In this world, there were many cowards who were afraid of death. But there was no lack of great people. At least Ling Xiao had seen many of them. In his celestial empire, there were many people who fought and even sacrificed themselves for the empire's cause. The group continued to set off. They were very careful along the way. At first, everyone was under a lot of pressure. They were afraid that the blood demon Black Panther would suddenly appear and attack them. But after walking for about half an hour, they were getting closer and closer to the demonic tower. but they still didn't see the blood demon Black Panther. They only encountered some weak blood demons that were easy to deal with. Did the blood demon Black Panther really escape? Everyone was delighted. It's better not to relax. That demonic beast is very cunning. Ling Xiao reminded them and continued to move forward. Ling Xiao, ahead, is the outpost camp of the Beast Deities Alliance. In the past, there were many martial artists stationed there to guard against anything that came out of the graveyard of the gods. There should be many strategic resources inside. Shall we take them? The leader of the Beast Deities Alliance pointed at a building in the distance and said, "This building was quite big. It was like a small city. From afar, they could see that there were many corpses hanging on the city wall. These people died before they could turn into blood demons. Only corpses were left. Everyone, be careful. No one knows what's inside. So, don't let your guard down." Ling Xiao reminded them, and then led the way forward. After all, they had to pass through the demonic tower. It was impossible to go around it. Even if they didn't want the resources inside, they still had to pass through the camp. There was no other choice. As they approached the camp, they discovered that a hole had been smashed through the thick city gate. The shape of the hole really looked like a monster. Seeing this hole, everyone's hearts jumped to their throats. Since they had encountered the blood demon Black Panther, there was a possibility that they would encounter other blood demon beasts. "Go in." Ling Xiao walked in through the big hole. However, at this moment, a terrifying roar suddenly came from the camp. Boom! It sounded like something was banging on the door. Everyone stopped their footsteps and looked in the direction of the voice in horror. He couldn't see anything here. "Stay close. Let's go in and take a look." Ling Xiao called out and ran in the direction of the voice. However, he still tried his best to slow down so that the people behind him could not keep up. Although the campsites weren't as big as the big cities, there were still quite a lot of them. Along the way, everyone could see a mess of corpses. There were corpses of blood devils, undead spirits, and some demonic beasts. The place was in a complete mess, as if a catastrophe had happened. Thinking that something like this might happen in the Golden Skies region, Ling Xiao's eyes revealed an extremely terrifying killing intent. Lotus Flower must die. He definitely wouldn't allow his territory to become like this. At this moment, the sound of the collision was getting clearer. Everyone's heart became even more nervous, because they didn't know what was banging on the door. Finally, Ling Xiao saw the monster that was banging on the door. It really was 3 blood demon beasts. However, it wasn't a Black Panther, but a wild boar. Its strength was also slightly weaker than the blood demon Black Panther, around the 4th level of the divine body realm. These blood demon wild boars had thick scales on their bodies, just like the scales of a giant dragon. They were taking turns banging on the thick and heavy iron door. This door seemed to be even thicker than the city gate outside. However, it was already bumpy from the impact. If Ling Xiao and the rest didn't come, this door might really be knocked open. Their arrival successfully attracted the blood demon wild boar's attention. They gave up on what they were doing and charged towards the group. These 3 guys obviously weren't as smart as the blood demon Black Panther. They only knew that humans had appeared and that human flesh was so delicious. Of course, they wanted to enjoy it. Ling Xiao held the Void God sword and charged forward. A blinding sword gleam condensed on the Void God sword. It was filled with killing intent. The Fire Emperor faced another wild boar. The Beast Deities Alliance master targeted the last wild boar, although these blood demon wild boars were very strong. However, they were really unlucky. They just had to meet these 3 guys. Needless to say, the Fire Emperor and the Beast Deities Alliance's Alliance Master were both top fighters in the 5th level of the Divine Body Realm. The Fire Emperor threw a punch, and the wild boar was engulfed in flames. It howled in pain and was instantly burned to ashes. The beast deity's alliance master entered his beast soul transformation state and clashed with the wild boar. The wild boar was instantly torn apart. As for Ling Xiao, his sword gleam instantly pierced through the wild boar's body and tore it into pieces. Open that door and see what's inside that attracted 3 blood demonic beasts. Ling Xiao gestured to the beast deity's alliance master. Understood. The alliance master of the beast deity's alliance no longer put on airs. If he was still a little unconvinced before, then he was no longer as arrogant as before. After the battle with the undead guards, he understood that Ling Xiao would become a greater existence than him sooner or later. Following Ling Xiao now would definitely be better than following him in the future. Just as the beast deity's alliance master was about to break the door, a scream came from the back of the group. Ling Xiao knew that something was wrong. He was so focused on the 3 blood demon wild boars that he actually forgot about the blood demon Black Panther. They turned around and saw that a martial artist had been bitten to death by the blood demon Black Panther. It was turning into a member of the undead race. When the blood demon Black Panther pounced on its second target, Ling Xiao suddenly released the god-defying Tao Tai. The huge beast sent the blood demon Black Panther flying. Normally, demonic beasts that were relatively fast didn't have much defense. The reality was just as Ling Xiao had guessed. After the blood demon Black Panther was sent flying, it fled in a hurry. However, the shadow it left behind shrouded everyone's heart. They looked at their companion, who was beginning to mutate. Ling Xiao sighed. We were too careless. Kill him. There's no saving him. Although he was extremely unwilling, there was nothing he could do. He could only guard against the blood demon Black Panther's next attack. Zhang Yu killed his companion. He was a martial artist from the beast deity's alliance. Everyone was heartbroken. They prayed for their lost companion for a moment. However, they were all martial artists and understood that this kind of death was too common in times of war. No matter how sad they were, they had to continue moving forward. End of chapter. Chapter 48:36. We have to think of a way to kill this blood demon Black Panther. Otherwise, it'll be really depressing. The Fire Emperor looked at Ling Xiao and said. Ling Xiao nodded and said, I'll handle this. If it dares to appear again, I'll definitely kill it. However, I'll have to trouble the few of you in the future. I have to free up my hands. Ling Xiao knew that the blood demon Black Panther was very fast. However, his speed was even faster. He wasn't able to save them in time because he was busy dealing with the blood demon wild boar. If he could free up his hands, he wouldn't give that fellow any chance. He swore. Everyone believed that Ling Xiao had the ability to do so. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao's timely intervention, there would definitely be more than one casualty. Alliance Master of Beast Deities, let's do it. Putting the blood demon Black Panther aside for the time being, Ling Xiao was very interested in what was behind the steel door that could attract the attention of the 3 blood demon wild boars. Understood. The Alliance Master of Beast Deities gathered his divine origin and threw a punch. The steel door shattered with a bang. After all, he was one of the top fighters among the 5th level divine physique echelon martial artists. Moreover, he was good at using martial skills. He was much stronger than the 3 blood demon wild boars. He could easily break the door that the blood demon wild boars couldn't break. Ling Xiao was looking forward to seeing who was hiding inside. He was looking forward to seeing Mo Jiao. Just as the Alliance Master of Beast Deities stepped into the room, a violent energy was generated. It shocked the Alliance Master of Beast Deities so much that he immediately retreated. Even so, his hands were still cut off. Of course, this was nothing to a fifth-level divine physique echelon martial artist. His hands could grow back in a short while. It just consumed some divine origin. Be careful! Ling Xiao raised his hand and signaled everyone to prepare for battle. Although the room was very dark, Ling Xiao's Tai Chi, I was very clear. There were two people in the room. One of them was Mo Jiao. At this moment, Mo Jiao seemed to be seriously injured. He was lying on the ground motionlessly. However, it seemed like he was still breathing. Therefore, it should be either. The other person was a woman. She held a slender saber in her hand. Her skin was slightly dark, but her appearance was very pretty. His figure was like a vigorous cheetah. One look, and one could tell that he was an agile person. She was the one who had chopped off the Beast Deities Alliance Master's hands. Miss, don't be nervous. We are friends with the person inside. Ling Xiao stepped forward and said, "Furthermore, those 3 blood demon boars were also killed by us." He guessed that this woman had saved Mo Jiao, so he did not want to use violence. As he spoke, he also ordered everyone to retreat and retracted his aura. He didn't want the other party to be hostile towards him. "What's his name?" The woman asked. "Mo Jiao." "What's your name?" "Ling Xiao." "Ling Xiao. Are you the Ling Xiao who killed young Master Jin Xiu?" The woman's face suddenly lit up. "Come in, I'm new, but the others will have to stay outside." "Ling Xiao, don't." The Fire Emperor said, "Be careful, it's a trap." "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Of course, Ling Xiao wouldn't completely trust this woman. But at this moment, the fastest way to determine whether the other party was a friend or foe was to use himself as bait. After all, he wouldn't die. As he spoke, he stepped into the house. Anu did not attack. Instead, she allowed Ling Xiao to enter. She stood at the door, vigilant of the others. "Golden Emperor, how is Mo Jiao?" The Beast Deities Alliance Master was originally very angry. After all, his hands were chopped off. Even if it wasn't a big problem, he was still very angry. But now that he saw Mo Jiao, he understood that Mo Jiao might have been saved by this woman called Inu, so he didn't say anything. He was more concerned about Mo Jiao's situation. After Ling Xiao checked Mo Jiao's body, he frowned. The situation isn't good. Mo Jiao's physical body is still there, but his soul is no longer in his body. This situation was very similar to the situation of the Punishment King, Huang Jinding, and the Nether Demon Lord. The only difference was that Mo Jiao's soul realm was empty. There were no ghost flames, but his physical body was still very intact. His soul was taken away by Lotus Flower. Anu suddenly said, "That Lotus Flower raised by a donkey. How dare you hurt my child?" The Beast Deities Alliance Master was furious. Ling Xiao also frowned. He didn't understand why Great Emperor Lianhua only took the demonic flood dragon's soul and not his physical body. Could it be that he had other motives? No matter what, he couldn't let Mo Jiao's physical body see the light of day. Otherwise, it would rot sooner or later. It was better to keep it in the Dong Sheng Emperor ring. "Who are you?" After keeping Mo Jiao's physical body, Ling Xiao looked at Anu and asked, "I'm young Master Jin Xiu's enemy. I'm here for revenge." Anu said, "You're no match for him." Ling Xiao shook his head. Young Master Jin Xiu was a 5th-level divine physique echelon expert. This Anu's cultivation was only at the 4th-level divine physique echelon. Although she was considered a high-level combatant, there was still a huge gap between her and young Master Jin Xiu. "I know, so thank you for killing him for me. Otherwise, I don't know when I'll be able to take my revenge." Anu replied, You don't have to thank me. I'm not here to take revenge for you. Instead, I want to thank you for protecting Mo Jiao's physical body. Otherwise, it would be hard for his physical body to come back after we found his soul. Ling Xiao said, No, we just fought together and helped each other. It's a pity that we're too weak. Anu shook her head. She didn't look like she was faking it. I don't want to ask too much. We're going to the demonic tower to destroy the demonic eye there. Are you willing to come along? This Anu's combat power was probably not inferior to Yang Shui. The saber in her hand was also very powerful. If she could come along, she might be a good helper. I'm willing. Anu had taken her revenge. Now, she only had to collect her debt from Lotus Flower. After she came to the 4 regions and 9 worlds, she went to a different place from young Master Jin Xiu and the rest. Instead, she went to the chaotic desert. She was taken in by a family. Her life was very comfortable. However, Great Emperor Lian Hua's appearance had ruined everything. The people who took her in were all dead. They didn't even have the qualifications to become a blood demon. Now, she had changed her target of revenge to Lotus Flower. Then follow us. Ling Xiao looked at the room. It seemed to be a warehouse. There were a lot of resources stored in it, mainly spiritual stones and food suitable for martial artists. Let's rest here for half an hour before we set off. Ling Xiao called everyone into the warehouse. This warehouse was very safe. The surroundings were built like iron walls. Only the entrance was weak. It was safer than the previous hall. Flame Emperor, please protect everyone. I'm going out. Ling Xiao suddenly said. What's the matter? Flame Emperor asked curiously. Ling Xiao must be going out at this time. However, Flame Emperor felt that he had to ask. He was now responsible for Ling Xiao's safety. Chapter 48:37. I've thought about it. Instead of waiting for the blood demon Black Panther to find us, why don't we take the initiative to attack? It doesn't dare to face us head-on, so it's obviously afraid. But if one of us is left alone, it won't be polite. At that time, it'll be our chance. Ling Xiao voiced his thoughts. I plan to try my luck and see if I can lure that guy out. No, it's too dangerous for you to go alone. I'll go with you. The Fire Emperor firmly objected. This is an order. Are you going to disobey it? Ling Xiao looked at the Fire Emperor and said, You should know that the Blood Demon Black Panther is most afraid of you 5th level Divine Body Echelon experts. If any of you appear, it won't show itself. As for me, I'm only at the 1st level of the Divine Body Echelon. I'm far inferior to it. It'll definitely appear. I'd rather disobey than let anything happen to you, the Fire Emperor said. I really don't know what to do with you. It's not like you've known me for a long time. Am I someone who dies so easily? If the situation isn't right, I'll choose to retreat. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. If the Fire Emperor wanted to disobey, he really couldn't do anything. All right, half an hour. If you're not back in half an hour, I'll go out and look for you. The Fire Emperor thought about it and said he had more faith in Ling Xiao's abilities. That's right. Protect everyone well in case that cunning fellow attacks us. After speaking, Ling Xiao went out. Although the Blood Demon Black Panther was very powerful, its defense was very weak. Ling Xiao firmly believed that as long as he seized the opportunity, even he could kill it. The Blood Demon Black Panther's speed was faster than a 6th level Divine Body Echelon martial artist, but its defense was only at the 2nd level Divine Body Echelon level. It was an existence whose development was extremely unbalanced. Ling Xiao felt that he had a way to deal with that guy. Then he wandered around the campsite alone. It seemed like he was looking for something without any vigilance, but in reality, he had already released his soul power. As long as the Blood Demon Black Panther appeared, he would definitely discover it immediately. In order to avoid the Blood Demon Black Panther's sneak attack, he even activated the Sun God's blood formation. He had to be careful. After all, the Gore-fiend Black Panther's speed was about the same as his. As long as the sneak attack succeeded, he would most likely die. He might even have died for nothing. Here it comes. Ling Xiao looked as if he hadn't noticed anything, but in fact, he had already sensed that the Gore-fiend Black Panther was about 400 to 500 meters away from him and was quietly moving towards him. This guy was very cunning. There was practically no sound when he walked. They chose to move around in the shadows, just like real ghosts. No wonder they could ambush so many people. Ling Xiao was ready to release the god-defying Tao Tai. This was because only the god-defying Tao Tai could kill the Gore-fiend Black Panther in an instant. However, he didn't turn around and continued to pretend to look for something, as if he hadn't discovered anything strange. The Blood Demon Black Panther was getting closer and closer to Ling Xiao, and he was very careful. This guy was really cunning. It seemed like he was also suspicious of Ling Xiao's intentions. Ling Xiao knew it was dangerous, but he still came out alone. Could it be a trap? It was also thinking about it. However, it had already observed its surroundings and found that no one was lying in ambush. What kind of trap was this? Could it be that this human wanted to kill it? Ridiculous. Finally, it decided to launch an attack. When it was about 10 meters away from Ling Xiao, it stopped and all the hair on its body stood up. At this distance, it could pounce on Ling Xiao in an instant, not giving Ling Xiao any chance. Ling Xiao was very calm. Although it was very dangerous, he had already made precise calculations. Everything would be fine. Anyway, it wasn't the first time he had encountered such a dangerous situation. The Gore-fiend Black Panther didn't expect to be tricked at all. Seeing that it was about to pounce on Ling Xiao, it revealed an excited expression. However, at that moment, a black shadow appeared and directly bit the Gore-fiend Black Panther's neck. It was directly bitten off. The Gore-fiend Black Panther didn't understand how it was killed. The human didn't even move, and it had already lost its mind. After killing the Gore-fiend Black Panther, Ling Xiao wasn't happy, because the moment he killed the Gore-fiend Black Panther, he saw an existence even more terrifying than the Gore-fiend Black Panther. Undead Guard Number 8. This guy had escaped with Number 1 and Number 7 earlier. He didn't expect that he would return and wait for them here. At the moment when the god-defying Tao Tai attacked the Gore-fiend Black Panther, Undead Guard Number 8 also launched an attack. His target was Ling Xiao. With just one attack, Ling Xiao's body was smashed into pieces. Although Ling Xiao's physical defense was very strong, the difference in strength between him and Undead Guard Number 8 was too big. It was already a miracle that he didn't die under the opponent's full attack. Just as Number 8 was about to launch a fatal attack on Ling Xiao, the god-defying Tao Tai had already reacted and stopped Number 8. Although they were both at the 5th level of the Divine Body realm, Undead Guard Number 8's combat power was definitely much stronger than the Gore-fiend Black Panther's. Moreover, it was more balanced. The god-defying Tao Tai fought with him, and it was a draw. Number 8 saw that the situation wasn't right and prepared to escape. After all, Number 8 understood that if the fighting started here, someone would soon discover them. Whether it was the Fire Emperor, Qin Huang, or the Beast Gods Alliance's leader, he couldn't defeat them. You want to escape? Since you're here, then stay. Martial Soul Barrier. Life Backtrack. Ling Xiao really didn't expect that he would use Life Backtrack in such a situation. However, this was also a helpless action. After trapping Number 8, his body quickly returned to normal. After sensing for a while, he, who was almost killed, released a lot of potential in order to save his life. At this moment, the energy in his cultivation C directly skyrocketed by 30%. At least he didn't suffer for nothing. What's going on with you? Number 8 was clearly in disbelief. Ling Zhao's recovery speed was too fast. It was so fast that it didn't make sense. Although an ordinary divine body, realm martial artist could also recover, it required a large amount of divine origin. Moreover, with injuries like Ling Zhao's, it was impossible to recover without 1 or 2 months. This was no small matter. Being hit by the god-defying Taoqia's tail directly, number 8 was almost stunned. Go to hell. Cosmic Light, Divine Fist. Ling Zhao used the Cosmic Light, Divine Fist in the state of the sovereign body. A moment of time stillness was fatal to undead guard number 8. Ling Zhao's Cosmic Light, Divine Fist heavily bombarded number 8's body. Number 8 was beaten into a daze. Of course, this wasn't the end. At the moment when time was still, Ling Zhao's right hand used the Cosmic Light, Divine Fist. His left hand had already taken out the Crimson Blood Demon Sword, condensed the Beast God Sky-devouring Flash, and erupted with a resplendent attack. It directly pierced through number 8's head. Even if number 8 was incomparably powerful, he was finished with his head shattered. Moreover, this attack promoted the Beast God Sky-devouring Flash to the perfect stage. Its power increased again. Done. He wasted a life backtrack to kill number 8. One could imagine the difficulty of this. However, he also killed the Blood Demon Black Panther. This harvest wasn't small. End of this chapter. Chapter 48:38. Ling Zhao didn't dare to stay any longer and returned to his resting place. If number 7 and number 1 were nearby, he would be toyed to death by himself. After returning, they rested for a while before setting off again. After passing through this camp, they could clearly see the demonic tower. They were only 1 mile away from the demonic tower. The oppressive feeling was getting stronger and stronger. The closer they got to the demonic tower, the more their minds would be tested. Fortunately, those who stayed behind were all 4th-level divine physique echelon cultivators, so they could still resist for a while. However, they couldn't stay for too long. At the very least, they couldn't stay for more than 3 days. Otherwise, they would really go crazy if they stayed here for 3 days. Almost every floor of the demonic tower was guarded by numerous undead creatures. There were also a large number of blood demons and blood demons gathered around. Looking at the black mass, even Ling Zhao couldn't help but feel a sense of powerlessness. It was too scary. And this was only Emperor Lianhua's small demonstration of his strength. What should we do? The Flame Emperor asked Ling Zhao. There's no other way. We can only fight if we want to destroy the demonic eye. Ling Zhao said, You guys get ready to fight. I'll reduce the number of enemies first. Everyone didn't understand, but they all looked at Ling Zhao, wanting to know what he was going to do. In that instant, Ling Zhao used his sovereign physique to summon 12 primordial blood jade talismans. Compared to the Void God Sword, the primordial blood jade talisman's area of effect, attack, and suppression were obviously stronger. The Void God Sword's growth rate was the strongest. Both had their advantages. 12 primordial blood jade talismans was the limit that Ling Zhao could freely control at the moment. More would be a waste. Therefore, he decided to start with 12 Das. The moment the primordial blood jade talismans were summoned, the entire sky was dyed red. This red was different from the demonic eye's red. The demonic eye's red was filled with an evil and sinister aura. On the other hand, the primordial blood jade talisman's red was filled with righteousness, as if it could suppress evil. No, it couldn't be said as if, but it really could. On the 12 primordial blood jade talismans, blood-red runes flickered. It produced a terrifying pressure. At that moment, the blood devils and demonic beasts guarding the demonic tower felt the pressure. They all looked up at the sky, at the 12 gigantic stone tablets. There was a shadow of death hanging over their hearts. I really didn't expect you to be able to subdue this treasure. This is something that even White Knight couldn't subdue. The leader of the Beast Gods Alliance was more and more surprised by Ling Xiao. This young man seemed to always be able to surprise people. He could always do incredible things. The power of the primordial blood jade talisman caused everyone else to look at Ling Xiao with reverence. Ancient blood jade talisman, kill! Ling Xiao suddenly waved his hands downwards. In that instant, the 12 stone tablets fell with earth-shattering power. Wherever the red light of the primordial blood jade talisman shone, all evil would be repelled. The undead army below seemed to have been punished by the heavens. A large number of people were killed. Isn't he too strong? I thought it was impossible for him to be this strong with his cultivation at the first level of the divine physique echelon realm. Who knew it would be so powerful when used with the primordial blood jade talisman? I'm afraid even a martial artist at the 4th level of the divine physique echelon realm wouldn't be able to withstand this attack. Qin Huang sighed. He was very curious. How could Ling Xiao kill the undead personal guard at the 5th level of the divine physique echelon realm? However, as more and more facts were revealed, he gradually understood. Not only was Ling Xiao extremely powerful, but he also had a terrifying treasure on him. The combination of the two made him extremely powerful. It was Ling Xiao's first time using the primordial blood jade talisman, and he was very satisfied with its power. A large area was cleared. All the blood devils and demonic beasts below the 4th level of the divine physique echelon, as well as the undead creatures, were all killed. Even the demonic pagoda began to sway, showing signs of collapsing. However, Ling Xiao knew very well that things wouldn't be so easy. The demonic eye was so important to the lotus flower. It was impossible for him not to send experts to guard this place. As expected, it was as Ling Xiao expected. The real experts had appeared. Undead Personal Guard Number 1, Yang Fan, Nether Devil Master, Disciplinary King Huang Jinding, and Undead Personal Guard Number 7, 3 existences at the 5th level of the divine physique echelon. There was also Yang Fan, who was at the 6th level of the divine physique echelon. Although he was only at the 6th level of the divine physique echelon, he was still at the 6th level of the divine physique echelon. However, he was still much stronger than a 5th level divine physique echelon martial artist. Boom! The moment Yang Fan appeared, he threw a punch at the primordial blood jade talisman in the sky. It was a simple punch, but it contained an extremely powerful force. The primordial blood jade talisman flew back into Ling Xiao's body. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of Ling Xiao's mouth. Everyone, be careful. This Yang Fan is at the 6th level of the divine physique echelon. Ling Xiao frowned and hurriedly reminded them. He didn't want the others to die. Ling Xiao, you're really a troublesome fellow. You ruined our plan in the City of Gold, and now you want to destroy the Emperor's demonic eye? Don't you think you don't know how to appreciate favors? Yang Fan looked down at Ling Xiao with a gloomy expression. He was very unhappy. Ling Xiao had ruined his mission previously, and now he wanted to ruin it again. If this mission failed again, he might not be able to answer to his master, the lotus flower. I've always liked to make trouble for bad people. Ling Xiao smiled and said, although it's not easy to define most of the time, what you've done is so outrageous. But what you've done is so outrageous that it's impossible for others not to say bad things about it. Then you can go to hell. Yang Fan waved his hand, and the undead army charged toward Ling Xiao and the others. You want to kill us with this trash? Can you do it? Sun God's blood formation, Dragon God's ice formation, Ocean God's Yellow Springs formation, Ape God's invincible formation. 4 formations were activated at the same time. Some were for defense, some were for offense, and some were for weakening. They were very complete. These formations were very useful when dealing with a large number of enemies or powerhouses. Kill, success, or failure depends on this. Ling Xiao angrily roared. Almost all the undead within a 1-mile radius were frozen. Even the undead guards, Huang Jinding, and the others were slowed down. The only one who was not affected was Yang Fan. This guy was too strong. There was no other way. With the help of Huang Quanshui, an ice dragon, Anu, Qin Qin, and Zhang Yu led the 4th-level Divine Body realm martial artists into the battle. The number of undead was huge, close to 1 million. It was very difficult to kill them all, but now they could only block them first. The key opponents were still those few experts. If they could kill those experts, they would be able to kill those experts. If they could kill those powerhouses, the plan might succeed. Huang Jinding, Nether Devil Lord, I let you escape previously. Let's see how you escape today. A cold glint appeared in Ling Xiao's eyes. Ha! Our bodies are much stronger than before. Do you think you can win? Huang Jinding laughed wildly. End of chapter. Chapter 48-39. The 2 vice leaders of the Beast Deity Alliance. The 2 of you work together to deal with Undead Guard number 7. Kill him as soon as possible. Fire Emperor. You deal with Undead Guard number 1. Beast Deity Alliance leader. Your opponent is the Nether Demon Lord. Qin Huang. You deal with the Golden Cauldron. Yang Fan, leave it to me. Ling Xiao liked Tianji's way of fighting. Yang Fan was the strongest among the opponents. As long as he could hold him back, the scales of victory would definitely tip to their side. Fortunately, they had already killed a few undead guards. Otherwise, this battle would be troublesome. Understood. Everyone received the order and went to face their opponents. Ling Xiao used his martial spirit barrier to trap Yang Fan. He couldn't let Yang Fan go crazy. Otherwise, they wouldn't have any chance of winning this battle. Of course, if Ling Xiao could choose to fuse with his body, it would be easy for him to win. Unfortunately, the Supreme God Body hadn't returned yet. He couldn't use the Supreme God Body. He could only try his best to hold Yang Fan back. You're really confident. You dare to fight me alone. Don't you know my strength? Yang Fan looked at Ling Xiao with contempt. He didn't understand Ling Xiao's arrangement. Ling Xiao's potential was very strong, and he knew it very well. However, potential didn't represent combat strength. With Ling Xiao's current strength, it was impossible for him to fight with him. Of course, I understand. But so what? Although I can't defeat you, you can forget about killing me. As long as I can hold you back, we'll definitely win the battle outside. Ling Xiao said calmly. So, this is your wishful thinking? Hee, but unfortunately it won't come true. I'll only need 10 seconds to kill you. Yang Fan looked at Ling Xiao with contempt. Hee, is that so? Ling Xiao didn't refute. Yang Fan wasn't the only one who was arrogant in front of him. However, those who were arrogant in the past were all dead. Before I kill you, I have a few words to say. Of course, it's something that the Emperor wants me to pass on. Yang Fan didn't attack immediately because he still had a mission to complete. Oh, what did that old fart have to say? Ling Xiao asked, Humph, how dare you disrespect the great Emperor? I'll let you know the consequences later. Listen, the great Emperor said that if you hand over the Void God Sword, the Void God Sword, moreover, he had to hand over the Venerable Sovereign's body. He could let go of the Golden Sky region. We will rule over the 4 regions and 9 worlds together. Yang Fan snorted coldly. Although I don't think it's necessary. I still have to say it since it's the great emperor. You might as well not have said anything. Ling Xiao curled his lips and said, "Go back and tell that old thing, no way. Let's not talk about whether that old man would keep his word. Even if he keeps his word, I can't abandon the cultivators of the other 4 regions and 9 worlds for the sake of the Golden Sky region. Aren't you underestimating my Ling Zhao's ambition too much? He wants to rule over the 4 regions and 9 worlds. I want to do the same. I'm sorry, but we're competitors. Since that's the case, you can go to hell. In any case, the great emperor never said that he would spare your life." Yang Fan had finished what he needed to say and finally launched his attack. He tried to kill Ling Xiao instantly. Ling Xiao hurriedly used the earth-crossing golden light technique to dodge. He couldn't come into contact with Yang Fan. The undead guard number 8, who was at the 5th level of the divine body realm, almost destroyed his physical body and forced him to use life backtrack. Yang Fan's attack power was much stronger than that guy's. He had to be more careful. He couldn't let the other party seize any opportunity. This was simply a battle where one's life was hanging by a thread. If he exposed even the slightest flaw, he would definitely be caught by the other party instantly. Your speed isn't bad, but how many times can you dodge? Yang Fan sneered and chased after him again. Ling Xiao dodged 3 times in a row. He didn't even touch his clothes. This made Yang Fan reveal an annoyed expression. "Since that's the case, I'll just destroy everything in this space. Do you think I'm afraid you won't die?" Yang Fan was very clear that the best way to deal with such a speedy martial artist was to trap him in a space and then use a large-scale attack. Coincidentally, Ling Xiao was in such a space, which saved him a lot of trouble. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. He put on the Golden Emperor armor. This defensive Dharma treasure among the 9 dragon inscriptions Emperor armaments might be able to block some damage for him. At the same time, he activated his divine origin and focused all his energy on defense. The divine demon black tortoise revealed its true form. It roared at Yang Fan. "Humph, it's useless." Yang Fan instantly completed the accumulation of power. The entire space was filled with the shadow of death. Those dark shadows were killing weapons that could take one's life. Ling Xiao couldn't dodge. He suddenly suffered an extremely terrifying attack. After the Golden Emperor armor blocked most of the damage, it directly shattered. A 9 dragon inscriptions Emperor armament defensive Dharma treasure could only block one attack from Yang Fan. "I didn't expect that stubborn old man Bai Yi to give you the Golden Emperor armor. It's a pity that it was ruined by trash like you. But you can block it once. Can you block it a second time?" Yang Fan said with a cold smile. "You're talking so much nonsense. Didn't you notice that 10 seconds have already passed? You said that you could kill me in 10 seconds. Did you succeed? It can be seen that your words are similar to fart. It's meaningless." Ling Xiao said in disdain. "Die." Yang Fan activated his divine origin and launched a large-scale attack again. In that instant, another defensive armor appeared on Ling Xiao's body. It was still a 9 dragon inscriptions Emperor armament level armor. The 30 over treasures that Ling Xiao left for himself were almost all defensive. As for the offensive Dharma treasures, it was enough to have the Void God sword, Crimson Blood Demon sword, and Primordial Blood Jade talisman. Another 9 dragon inscriptions Emperor armament. How many of these Dharma treasures do you have on you? Yang Fan's brows knitted together tightly. He seemed to be attacking casually, but he actually used up a large amount of divine origin. He already used it twice in a row. It was impossible to use it again within a short time. The method of killing Ling Xiao that he originally thought was a sure success actually declared a failure. Hoo-hoo, looks like you're nothing more than this. Ling Xiao mocked. Damn it, I forgot that you've entered the space-time cloister before. You obtained quite a number of treasures from there, right? Yang Fan frowned and said, I want to see just how many of these defensive Dharma treasures you have. Unable to use large-scale attacks, Yang Fan started chasing after Ling Xiao anew. His speed was not slow at all. Even if Ling Xiao used the holy ground demonic shadow, he was not as fast as him too. But the vertical golden light art was different. Yang Fan could not catch up to him no matter how he chased. While at this time, Ling Xiao's plan also began to show results. On the battlefield outside, everything was developing according to his expectations. The Fire King suppressed the Necromancer Personal Guard No. 1 and was about to win. Qin Huang even attacked the Golden Cauldron until he was covered in wounds all over, looking like he was about to be defeated. The Beast God Alliance chief and the Nether Devil Lord fought to a draw. Neither could do anything to the other. End of this chapter. Chapter 4840. Undead Guard No. 7 had already been killed by the two deputy leaders of the Beast Deity Alliance. The two of them had gathered together with the leader of the Beast Deity Alliance to deal with the Nether Demon Lord. The situation was developing according to Ling Xiao's plan. Although the densely packed undead army was huge in number, however, under the weakening of Ling Xiao's martial soul array, they were still being wiped out. It was impossible for them to pose a threat to Zhang Yu and the rest in a short time. Judging from the current situation, Ling Xiao's side had a high chance of winning. Within the martial soul barrier, Yang Fan suddenly stopped attacking. He looked at Ling Xiao with a mocking smile. You might think that your plan has succeeded. Unfortunately, the reality isn't as good as you think. Do you still remember the 10 Kings of Hell? He suddenly asked. Of course, Ling Xiao remembered the 10 Kings of Hell. They were more powerful than the 13 Ghost Kings. He didn't encounter the 10 Kings of Hell in the world of dead souls. His heart tightened when he heard Yang Fan's words. To be honest, you've already worked hard. Unfortunately, even if you kill all the trash outside, the Emperor won't feel the pinch. They're just puppets that can be controlled at any time. If they die, so be it. At most, you can just create new ones. When you give it your all and achieve victory, you'll realize that it's not hope. It's despair. Yang Fan didn't seem to be in a hurry. He didn't care about the situation outside at all. Ling Xiao couldn't help but worry about this situation. After all, this place had become Lotus Flower's territory. Needless to say, the importance of the demonic eye to Emperor Lianhua was obvious. The Yama Kings of the 10 Palaces might really appear here. Are you worried? Ha! It's right to be worried. You're just a weak, first-level divine body, realm martial artist. It's already not easy for you to come this far. To be honest, I admire you. However, it's useless. Everything you've done will be in vain. Yang Fan looked at Ling Xiao with a mocking expression. Ling Xiao believed that Yang Fan wasn't lying. However, so what? Everyone who came here was prepared to sacrifice themselves, including him. However, it was not that easy for Lotus Flower to kill them. He had to make the other party pay the price. Otherwise, if the demonic eye continued to exist, the loss of over 10 million people would become 100 million or even a billion. The entire 4 regions and 9 realms would become a true purgatory. Before he came, he had already thought about the difficulty of this mission. He had never thought of retreating. So what? If it was really futile, you wouldn't have told me this, right? They just want us to give up. If I didn't guess wrong, Lotus Flower couldn't personally come out to fight right now. As long as he can't come out, we still have a chance of winning. You think you know me that well? How much do you know about me? Ling Xiao's eyes revealed a vicious killing intent. No matter what happens in the future, I will destroy the demonic eye today. Ling Xiao no longer dodged. Instead, he brought out the primordial blood jade talisman. 12 stone tablets suddenly appeared above Yang Fan's head. The red light filled with righteousness shone down, and he began to attack. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Yang Fan's mouth. That's exactly what I want. He couldn't catch up to Ling Xiao, but a large-scale attack consumed too much energy. Even after destroying 2 of Ling Xiao's 9 dragon-patterned emperor armaments, he still couldn't kill Ling Xiao. Therefore, he had to think of a way. Infuriating Ling Xiao and making Ling Xiao attack first was one of his strategies. Die. Yang Fan didn't care at all when he saw Ling Xiao attack. It didn't matter even if he took Ling Xiao's attack head-on. Now, he just needed to kill Ling Xiao. His speed was extremely fast, and he instantly arrived in front of Ling Xiao. The violent attack landed on Ling Xiao's body. However, the moment the attack succeeded, Yang Fan revealed a terrified expression. What the hell is this? His hands seemed to have sunk into a quagmire, and they were being dragged in. His entire body was being dragged in. A strange smile appeared on Ling Xiao's face. Do you think I'm stupid enough to fall for it? Ling Xiao's voice sounded from behind Yang Fan. A punch landed on Yang Fan's body, sending him into that slime-like body. Primordial blood jade talisman, suppress. He couldn't kill Yang Fan, but he could suppress him. The primordial blood jade talisman could even suppress Lotus Flower's emperor physique, let alone a mere Yang Fan. The 12 stone tablets landed on the ground, releasing a red light that connected together. Mysterious runes kept flashing. Yang Fan was firmly suppressed in the center. This time, Ling Xiao played with excitement and danger. He used up another 9 dragon-patterned emperor armament, Swamp Substitute. This was a treasure, but unfortunately, it could only be used once. After using it, it couldn't be restored. He had to thank Yang Fan for coming up with such a plan. Since Yang Fan tried to scheme against him, he might as well beat him at his own game. In the battle with Yang Fan, he used up 3 9 dragon-patterned emperor armaments. If word got out, everyone would say that he was a wastrel. Most importantly, he couldn't kill Yang Fan. At most, he could only suppress him for an hour. But that was enough. When Ling Xiao realized that Yang Fan was telling the truth, he didn't want to continue fighting. Instead, he wanted to end the battle quickly. He wanted to destroy the demonic eye and retreat. After removing the martial spirit barrier, Ling Xiao soared into the sky and rushed towards the huge blood-red demonic eye. 2 supreme weapons appeared in his hands. One was the Crimson Blood Demon Sword, and the other was the Reverse God Sword. The Reverse God Sword activated the Reverse God technique. The Crimson Blood Demon Sword activated the Beast God's Heaven-Swallowing Art. He didn't care about the battle below. He attacked brazenly. Boom! A terrifying explosion sounded. Ling Xiao was shocked to discover that both of his attacks had actually been blocked. Around the tower, there is a huge energy barrier. It was this energy barrier that had blocked the power of his attacks. I don't have enough power. Damn it! Ling Xiao frowned. Don't panic. This is just an energy barrier. If you don't have enough power, use your intelligence to make up for it. Don't forget what you learned. At that moment, Yuan Venerate's voice was heard. Ling Xiao calmed down instantly. That's right. An energy barrier was also a type of array formation. It was just a defensive array formation. Ling Xiao didn't act rashly. He stood in the void and opened his Tai Chi eye. He began to analyze the composition of the energy barrier. At that moment, Ling Xiao felt 5 extremely terrifying powers coming from afar. Each of these 5 powerful forces was as strong as Yang Fan. They were all existences at the 6th level of the divine physique echelon. This was too terrifying. There were probably no more than 4 powerhouses who had reached the 6th level of the divine physique echelon in the 4 regions and 9 realms. Everyone only knew about the Eternal Emperor and the Golden Emperor, the Dragon Priest of the Savage Beast region, and the Sacred Master of the Heaven's Sacred Land might also have reached the 6th level. Even the Beast Emperor couldn't. Chapter 48-41. However, the strength of the powerhouses was just a guess. It was impossible for the strength of these top powerhouses to stay the same. They were at a high position, but they still cultivated nonstop. How could their cultivation not improve when they enjoyed the best resources? But now, Ling Xiao sensed 5 powerhouses at the 6th level of the divine physique echelon. Although they were only at the lower level of the 6th level of the divine physique echelon. But they were still powerless against them. They should be 5 of the 10 kings of hell. The other 5 probably didn't come because they were guarding Lotus Flower. Ling Xiao believed that the energy absorbed by the demon eye was to restore Lotus Flower's divine physique. God-defying Tao Tai, go and help. Kill those guys first. According to Ling Xiao's calculations, the 5 kings of hell should arrive in 3 minutes. 3 minutes was enough to do a lot of things. He released the God-defying Tao Tai to help the Fire Emperor. The Fire Emperor had already suppressed Undead Guard number 1. Now, with the help of the God-defying Tao Tai, he killed Undead Guard number 1 in an instant. On the other side, the leader of the Beast Deities Alliance also killed the Nether Demon Lord with the help of the 2 deputy leaders. Unfortunately, only the Nether Demon Lord's physical body was destroyed. His soul didn't die. He was different from the undead guards. It seemed that Lotus Flower valued people like the Nether Demon Lord and Huang Jinding very much. The moment the Nether Demon Lord was destroyed, Huang Jinding turned and fled. Unfortunately, he couldn't escape. The Fire Emperor, the leader of the Beast Deities Alliance, and Qin Huang sealed off his escape route. He had also gotten rid of him. This guy was in the same situation as the Nether Demon Lord. Only his physical body was destroyed. Trouble is coming. Take these pills immediately. Ling Xiao didn't explain and gave them recovery pills. 2 minutes had already passed. There was only 1 minute left before the 5 kings of hell appeared. When the Fire Emperor and the rest recovered, Ling Xiao also understood the secret of the energy barrier. He attacked again. The God-defying sword pierced the weakest part of the barrier. It devoured the barrier's energy crazily. After a dozen seconds, the energy barrier broke. It's your turn now. Ling Xiao looked at the blood-red demon eye. With the Void God sword in hand, he flew over. Stop. A voice suddenly came from the void. Ling Xiao could tell that the voice belonged to Lotus Flower. Old thing, you're finally willing to show yourself. Ling Xiao sneered, but he did not stop. If he couldn't destroy the demonic eye before the 5 Yama Kings arrived, then he wouldn't stand a chance. At the very least, it would become very difficult. Ling Xiao, I've treated you well and even imparted the Lotus Sutra to you. Is this how you repay me? Lotus Flower's voice continued. Hee, I've already been killed by you once. I've already been tricked by you once. You still dare to say such words. How thick-skinned are they? Ling Xiao sneered and finally stabbed out with the Void God sword. Scram! The demonic eye seemed to be a little scared, and it instantly retracted the red light it had released. It was all used to deal with Ling Xiao. The red light blocked the Void God sword and seeped into Ling Xiao's spirit realm. It was trying to turn Ling Xiao into a blood devil. Lotus Flower, you really don't learn from your mistakes. Have you forgotten how I swallowed a part of your soul? Ling Zhao's cold voice sounded. The tyrannical martial spirit was fully released. The dark and vast universe enveloped the entire demonic eye. The small demonic eye, in front of this vast martial spirit, was as small as a drop in the ocean. What the hell is this? The demonic eye trembled. It let out a trembling sound. Hee hee, as expected. Any evil thing is so small in front of it. Ling Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. It was hard to imagine what would have happened if he didn't have the tyrannical martial spirit. He would probably have been turned into a blood devil by this terrifying blood-red light. But this time, he had to thank Lotus Flower. The blood-red light integrated into his potential cells. Not only did it completely restore his potential, the most amazing thing was that it allowed his demonic lord physique to advance. This kind of advancement was something that could only be encountered by chance. The demonic lord physique had now reached the level of the sovereign physique stage 3rd level. Break for me. Using the tyrannical martial spirit to suppress the shocking red light, Ling Xiao began to use the Void God's sword to devour the demonic eye's power. Ling Xiao, you'll die a horrible death. You'll regret it. You'll definitely regret it. Lotus Flower roared. Right, don't tell me you don't care about your friend's soul. Demonic Flood Dragon. Ling Xiao saw a struggling soul in the demonic eye. It was the demonic Flood Dragon. That's right. As long as you leave, I'll release the demonic Flood Dragon. Lotus Flower sneered. Originally, he was going to use the demonic Flood Dragon to create a new undead personal guard. He didn't want to use it as a hostage to threaten anyone. But in this situation today, he, the great Lotus Flower, had no choice but to be a villain for once. A trace of hesitation appeared on Ling Zhao's face. Friends were friends. He couldn't completely ignore the life and death of the demonic Flood Dragon. Don't worry about me. If you want me to see the 4 regions and 9 worlds plunge into misery and suffering, I'd rather die. The demonic Flood Dragon's soul spoke. He also knew very well what kind of disaster it would be if he allowed Lotus Flower to fully recover. It was too terrifying. Even if he survived now, he would still die in the future. He had already calculated this debt very clearly. Ling Xiao clenched his teeth. His expression suddenly became resolute, and the Void God's sword's power became even stronger. The demonic eye became weaker and weaker. Are you crazy? You don't even care about your friend? Lotus Flower roared. Ling Xiao sneered. Release the demonic Flood Dragon, and I'll use your sovereign physique to exchange for it. He wouldn't give up on the demonic Flood Dragon. At the same time, he wanted to destroy the demonic eye. There was only one way, and that was to use the sovereign physique to exchange for the demonic Flood Dragon's soul with Lotus Flower. What? Lotus Flower was stunned. He didn't know that the sovereign physique he was looking for was already in Ling Zhao's hands. At this moment, the 5 kings of hell appeared at the same time. Capture Ling Xiao alive. Kill the rest. Lotus Flower roared furiously. Regardless of whether Ling Xiao was telling the truth or not, he had to try. As long as he captured Ling Xiao, it would be clear whether he was telling the truth or not. Don't you dare hurt the sovereign physique. The Flame Emperor was indeed no match for a 6-stage divine physique echelon king. However, he who had a 9-dragon patterned emperor weapon could hold back one of them. Qin Huang was resolute. With Ling Zhao's pills, they had already recovered their battle strength. The Beast Deities Alliance's Alliance Master also had a 9-dragon patterned emperor weapon. It was the only 9-dragon patterned emperor weapon in the Beast Deities Alliance. He also stopped a king of hell. However, even they had such strength, he could only stop 3 of them. The other 2 kings of hell pounced on Ling Xiao. They wanted to stop Ling Xiao from destroying the demonic eye. At this critical moment, the divine sovereign's body returned. Ling Xiao revealed a look of intense joy. Half an hour, end the battle. Fuse. End of chapter. Chapter 48-42. The three merged, and the powerful Ling Xiao appeared. The demon eye, which was already extremely weak, was destroyed in an instant. A terrifying explosion resounded through the chaotic sand sea. The huge shockwave caused everyone to stop fighting. At that moment, the chaotic sand sea regained its clarity. At that moment, all the blood devils regained their consciousness. Everyone looked in the same direction, at the top of the tower where the terrifying shockwave came from. How dare you? How dare you? Lotus Flower's hysterical voice resounded in the air. However, Ling Xiao didn't care. Facing the two Yama kings, attacking him. One of them had a pair of bull horns on his head, and his body was muscular and tall. He was clearly a strength-type warrior. Bull Demon Yama. The other one looked like a fox with 6 tails behind him. Their faces were filled with cunning. It was a female Yama. 6-tailed Yama. 2 Yama kings at the 6th level of the divine physique echelon attacked Ling Xiao at the same time, and their auras instantly filled the entire space. Ling Xiao felt that he was completely surrounded, and there was no way for him to dodge. However, did he need to dodge at this moment? Ling Xiao, who had already entered the fused body, he didn't need to run around anymore. He was going to start his counterattack. 12 primordial blood jade talismans flew into the air. They actually condensed into a huge stone tablet. This was a newly summoned one. The 12 primordial blood jade talismans that suppressed Yang Fan still didn't move. Get lost! A huge stone tablet suddenly appeared and swatted the 6-tailed Yama away like a fly. Immediately after, Ling Xiao stabbed with the crimson blood demon sword in his left hand. The sharp sword light instantly dissolved the bull demon Yama's attack. Both sides took a step back. However, it was obvious that the bull demon Yama was at a disadvantage. The fact that Ling Xiao was able to suppress 2 Yama kings by himself allowed the Flame Emperor to relax and focus on his opponent. How did this guy suddenly become so strong? 6-tailed Yama wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. She didn't expect to be at a disadvantage at the hands of a divine physique echelon martial artist. Fusion body. Lotus Flower's voice rang out. Even though he wasn't present, he was still observing the battle through the eyes of the 5 Yama kings. Lotus Flower, who had also cultivated the Lotus Sutra, naturally knew why Ling Xiao had suddenly become so powerful. However, he was still a little surprised by how powerful he was. This was because his fused body was definitely not as useful as Ling Xiao's. Kill him. You must kill him. This brat was only at the 1st level of the divine physique echelon. Then we won't be able to stop them. Lotus Flower deeply experienced Ling Xiao's terror. Although he had no intention of underestimating Ling Xiao, when he first met him, he had no intention of underestimating him. Instead, he killed Ling Xiao. However, he never expected that Ling Xiao would be able to revive under such circumstances. Even now, he still couldn't figure it out. Yes, Bull Demon Yama and 6-tailed Yama charged towards Ling Xiao again. However, Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with disdain. It was already difficult for you to kill me before, let alone now. Lotus Flower, let me give you a piece of advice. Give up on your laughable plan and leave the 4 regions and 9 worlds quickly. You might be able to keep your life. Otherwise, I'll definitely kill you. Ling Xiao said coldly. Shameless boasting. 6-tailed Yama snorted and attacked. Being surrounded by 2 Yama kings, even Yang Fan would feel aggrieved. However, Ling Xiao was different. He had never been afraid of anyone in the same realm. Ha! We'll know soon whether I'm shameless or you're laughable and ignorant. Primordial blood jade talisman, kill. The stone tablet split into 12 again. At the same time, they attacked Six-Tailed Yama. Ling Zhao's goal was clear. He wanted to capture one of them and kill it. As for the other Yama King's attack, he didn't care at all. Six-Tailed Yama had suffered from the primordial blood jade talisman once, so she was especially careful this time. She wasn't willing to fight head-on. However, how could Ling Zhao give her this opportunity? Cosmic Light Divine Fist. The Cosmic Light Divine Fist that had been condensed long ago struck out. Six-Tailed Yama's time stopped at that moment, although it was only 3 seconds. However, it was enough for Ling Zhao's 12 primordial blood jade talismans to hit her. Six-Tailed Yama's defense was obviously not as good as Bull Demon Yama's. This was also the reason why Ling Zhao chose to attack her. The moment time stopped, the 12 primordial blood jade talismans hit Six-Tailed Yama almost at the same time. All of the bones in the Yama King's body had been completely shattered. Her body was even more fragmented. She was terrified. However, at this moment, Bull Demon Yama's attack had already landed on Ling Zhao's body. Ling Zhao didn't even look at it and continued to chase after Six-Tailed Yama. Boom! That heavy attack smashed onto Ling Zhao's body, but Bull Demon Yama felt a huge rebound force. Both of his arms became numb. One had to know that Ling Zhao's physical body was already equivalent to an emperor weapon with 10 dragon patterns. The higher the cultivation, the more terrifying the physical defense. Bull Demon Yama wanted to hurt him at the same level, but it was simply wishful thinking. Instead, he would suffer a backlash from the power. Of course, Ling Zhao only dared to be so brave when he was in the fused body. If it was his original body or the 3 bodies, it would probably be a little troublesome. Ling Zhao. Lotus Flower's voice sounded again. This voice was filled with bewitching power. It seemed that Lotus Flower didn't want the 10 Yama Kings to die either. After all, they were his most powerful subordinates at the moment. Each of them was incomparably powerful, surpassing many emperors. Ling Zhao was only slightly affected, but he missed the best opportunity to kill Six-Tailed Yama. Ling Zhao's expression was gloomy and cold. Old thing, the more you act like this today, the more I want to kill these bastards. Ha! You're just a naive young man. Have you ever thought about why no one came to rescue you when you encountered such a huge disaster? You're the only one who came? You're just a fool who was used by them. Why bother? Why don't you follow me? This way, you can become the #1 person under me, and even have a higher status than Yang Fan. You're just a golden emperor now. In the future, I'll make you the ruler of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. If you're still not satisfied, Heaven's Wall City and the giant Dragon Valley will also be yours. Not only will you have a lot of resources, but you'll also have countless wealth. I can even not touch the people of the Golden Sky region. This condition is good enough, right? Lotus Flower continued to bewitch Ling Zhao. Six-Tailed Yama's eyes revealed a strange gaze, as if they were filled with some kind of magic. This made Ling Zhao frown slightly. Those idiots didn't make a move because they were short-sighted. If I want to obtain the 4 regions and 9 worlds, I don't need your help at all. On the contrary, the disaster you brought gave me an opportunity. You know, humans worship heroes. If I fight for them and fight for them, they will treat me as a hero. When I become the ruler of the 4 regions and 9 worlds, my foundation will be more stable. I won't follow you and become the target of disdain by the 4 regions and 9 worlds. End of chapter. Chapter 48-43. Ling Zhao fought the Ox Demon Yama and the Six-Tailed Yama as he said disdainfully, "You've harmed the living beings of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. which means you've harmed my future citizens. I can't not take revenge for this." The lotus flower laughed disdainfully. "What do you know?" His laughter was full of sarcasm. "The 4 regions and 9 worlds are just a paradise for insects. In our eternal kingdom, each one of them is stronger than tens of thousands of people here. This kind of reptile, this kind of trash, why should you care about it? Why don't you just look forward? Why make an enemy out of this trash? You've missed the chance to become a god. Haven't you heard of the saying, 'Heaven and earth treat all things as straw dogs'? Insects, ants, trash, straw dogs? Ha! You're so forgetful. It's these trash ants in your eyes that sealed you for so many years. It's also a bug, like me, that destroyed your blood-red demonic eye. That thing must be very important to you. Without it, I reckon you'll have to delay your recovery of the divine sovereign body, not to mention obtaining the sovereign physique. If that's all you want to say, then quickly shut your mouth. You'll only make people laugh at you." Ling Xiao said sarcastically, "Today, this bug will not only destroy your demonic eye, but also kill your Yama. What can a so-called god like you do? You can't do anything. Also, I'll say it here today. One day, I'll use your head to pay tribute to the souls of those who died." "Brat, you're so stubborn. If that's the case, then die. Yang Fan, when are you going to make your move?" Hearing this, Ling Xiao was shocked. He realized that he had overlooked something. Although the lotus flower couldn't appear in his true body, he was a talented person. The 12 primordial blood jade talismans suppressing Yang Fan would probably be broken by this guy. It was this small oversight that almost cost him his life. He was already going all out, and was even prepared to use another Emperor weapon with 9 dragon patterns to block Yang Fan's attack. However, he didn't even have the chance to activate his magic treasure. The attack that Yang Fan had long prepared pierced through his head in an instant, the moment Ling Xiao lost consciousness. He clearly saw the weapon in Yang Fan's hand. It was also an Emperor weapon with 10 dragon patterns. Lotus Flower valued this guy too much. He had actually given Yang Fan such a terrifying treasure. Ling Xiao only had a sliver of consciousness left. His physical body was also rapidly crumbling. Seeing this scene, the Flame Emperor's eyes almost split open. The morale of the martial artists who came with Ling Xiao also plummeted. Meanwhile, the 5 Yama Kings and the Lotus Flower all wore relieved expressions on their faces. Ling Xiao had seen this kind of expression too many times. His soul, which had originally dissipated, began to burn in that instant. People saw an amazing scene. A ball of fire dispersed. An undying bird made of intertwined flames flew out. This time, it was the other party's turn to be unlucky. Ling Xiao chose to rise from the ashes. In that instant, he appeared behind the 6-tailed Yama. A ferocious black and white tiger appeared behind him. Wrath of the Black Soul. It had been a long time since Ling Xiao used this move. The terrifying thing about this move was that he could ignore all of the enemy's defenses. It caused true damage. Although the 6-tailed Yama's defense wasn't as good as the Ox Demon Yama's, it was still very strong. Therefore, to end the 6-tailed Yama's attack, Ling Xiao chose the Wrath of the Black Soul. The 6-tailed Yama had already been severely injured by the 12 eternal blood jade talismans. He hadn't fully recovered yet. Now that he received another blow, he was basically on the verge of death. Die! Ling Xiao didn't intend to leave any suspense for his opponent to survive. The Void God sword transformed into a Taotai beast and completely swallowed the 6-tailed Yama. In that instant, Ling Xiao felt that his total potential had increased again. The energy in his cultivation sea had also increased by 10%. What? The 6-tailed Yama's death was completely unacceptable to the warriors on Lotus Flower's side, especially Yang Fan. He was clearly on the side, but he could only watch the six-tailed Yama die. Didn't this show that he was too incompetent? What kind of power was that just now? The power of the beast gods. Damn it, those beast gods still want to obstruct me, even now. They really deserve to die. Lotus Flower sensed a power that he feared from Ling Zhao's resurrection energy. 12 beast gods. Lotus Flower might not be afraid of ordinary beast gods. However, the 12 primeval beast gods were his nightmare. Ling Zhao, do you really think that I don't dare to kill the demon flood dragon? Lotus Flower was completely enraged. The 10 Yama kings were different from other undead creatures. He cherished them very much. After all, they were undead creatures created by his close friends. He wouldn't allow anyone to destroy them. You dare, of course you dare. However, do you really not want your venerable emperor physique anymore? Ling Zhao didn't have to take such a risk. He didn't have to expose that Lotus Flower's sovereign physique was in his body. However, he had to do this in order for the demon flood dragon to survive. You're lying. How could Byakuya give such an important thing to a good-for-nothing like you? Lotus Flower didn't believe him at all. Ling Zhao was too lazy to explain. He directly showed the image of the sovereign physique in the universe of Tyrant. Others might not understand, but it was impossible for Lotus Flower not to. My sovereign physique. It's really my sovereign physique. Lotus Flower let out a crazy voice, as if he had gone crazy. He was extremely excited. Yang Fan, I don't care what price you have to pay. Get the sovereign physique back for me. His roar was like a thunderclap. Ling Zhao noticed that the demon eye that had exploded was trying to condense again. Lotus Flower didn't want to do this at first. This was because the second condensation would consume too much of his energy and greatly delay the recovery time of his sovereign physique. However, seeing his sovereign physique right in front of him, how could he not be excited? When he was excited, he thought of himself. After all, the others weren't reliable. Ling Zhao, quickly hand over the sovereign physique of the great emperor to us. Otherwise, we'll tear you into pieces immediately. Yang Fan roared and charged towards Ling Zhao. The ox demon Yama wasn't careless either. At the same time, they charged towards Ling Zhao. On the other side, the Flame King, Qin Huang, and the Beast God's Alliance Master were all having a hard time. The three of them were suppressed. They couldn't save Ling Zhao at all. The three of them were very anxious, but there was nothing they could do. The enemy was too strong. They had already paid a great price to be able to hold back the three Yama kings. They couldn't split themselves. However, Ling Zhao didn't seem nervous. Yang Fan, don't think that you're so powerful just because your sneak attack succeeded. Do you think you can chop me into 1,000 pieces? Ling Zhao mocked. At the same time, he charged towards Yang Fan. A ferocious attack collided with Yang Fan. This time, Yang Fan didn't gain any advantage. On the contrary, he vomited blood from the collision. Ling Zhao, who had fused with the sovereign physique, was much stronger than Yang Fan. Chapter 48-44. Cosmic Light Fist. Ling Zhao's goal was not just to block Yang Fan. The moment he collided with Yang Fan, Ling Zhao used the Cosmic Light Fist. In the instant that time stood still, his Void God sword shot out 3 beams of sword light. The Reverse God Art's 3-word style, whether it was power or strangeness, it was better than the previous 2 styles. Yang Fan was also quite powerful. He only stopped for 2 seconds under the control of the Cosmic Light Fist. He even blocked one of the sword lights from the Reverse God Art. But that was it. The other 2 sword lights still hit him. It was not that this guy seemed to have a defensive treasure on him. When the sword lights hit, they actually produced a red light that canceled out the power of the attack. But at the same time, Ling Xiao also heard the sound of a treasure shattering. This time, it was his turn to destroy his opponent's treasure. Be ****, how dare you destroy my treasure? Yang Fan was furious to the extreme. He did not have as many treasures as Ling Xiao. Destroying one would make his heart ache. So what if I destroy your treasure? I still want to kill you. Ling Xiao sneered and did not stop attacking. Yang Fan almost couldn't breathe under the pressure. The more Yang Fan fought, the more shocked he became. The fusion body was indeed terrifying. The Lotus Sutra that even he could not cultivate was successfully cultivated by this kid. This was really infuriating. On the other side, Ling Xiao had already taken several attacks from the Ox Demon Yama. However, he chose to ignore the Ox Demon Yama's attacks. Not only could they not hurt him, but they could also help his physical body to continue improving. This was simply helping him temper his defense. Ox Demon, are you stupid? If you don't use your treasure, your attacks can't hurt him at all. Yang Fan was annoyed and roared. The Ox Demon Yama was indeed a little stupid, but after being reminded by Yang Fan, he immediately came to his senses. He took out a long saber and slashed at Ling Xiao. Although this long saber was only an emperor weapon with 8 dragon patterns, it could still cause damage to Ling Xiao in the hands of the Ox Demon Yama. This time, Ling Xiao could not take it head-on. However, his defensive techniques were not only limited to his physical body. The 12 primordial blood jade talismans flew out. It was as if they had turned into 12 shields. Every time, he would block the Ox Demon Yama's attack, leaving the Ox Demon Yama helpless. Ling Xiao sneered and continued to attack Yang Fan. At this moment, Yang Fan no longer had any protective magic treasure. At the same time, Ling Xiao used his cosmic light God Fist once again. Yang Fan screamed and turned around to flee. If I let you escape so easily, wouldn't my fused body be in vain? Ling Xiao sneered and activated the Dragon God Frost Array diagram. A Frost Divine Dragon instantly pounced towards Yang Fan. Yang Fan's body was frozen in an instant. God-defying art. Ling Xiao swung the Void God sword again, and 3 sword lights shot out. This time, Yang Fan was completely out of ideas. He was hit 3 times by the sword. All of them were on the vital parts. His body crumbled in an instant. Ling Xiao, I won't let you off, bastard. Yang Fan's angry roar came from the void. This guy was the same as the Nether Demon Lord and the Golden Cauldron. His soul was not in his body, so he still escaped. But with Yang Fan escaping, how could a mere Ox Demon Yama be a match for Ling Xiao's fused body? Ling Xiao completely ignored Yang Fan's miserable roar. He turned around and charged towards the Ox Demon Yama. Die. However, at this moment, the demon eye that had been destroyed by Ling Xiao suddenly attacked. It didn't look as big as before. It didn't release an intense red light either, but it seemed to be stronger than the previous one. It was probably used differently. The demon eye shot out a ray of light, not giving Ling Xiao a chance to dodge at all. It left a charred scar on Ling Xiao's body. It was so deep that his bones could be seen. Ling Xiao frowned, gave up on the Ox Demon Yama, and directly pounced on the demon eye. He was very afraid of the demon eye. Therefore, he had to destroy it when it condensed again. The Ox Demon Yama tried to stop him, but he was stopped by the 12 eternal blood jade talismans. Cosmic Light Divine Fist. Ling Xiao activated the Cosmic Light Divine Fist again. The demon eye instantly stopped. Although it was only 3 seconds, it was enough for Ling Xiao to do a lot of things. The Crimson Blood Demon Sword and the Reverse God Sword stabbed into the demon eye almost at the same time. The moment the time stop of the Cosmic Light Divine Fist disappeared, Lotus Flower let out a shrill scream. Ling Xiao, I'm going to tear you to pieces." Ling Xiao ignored his threat. The terrifying power released by the two divine swords instantly destroyed the demon eye that had condensed again. Lotus Flower had really suffered a heavy loss this time. It would probably be a long time before he could condense the demon eye again. Even the recovery time of the divine body was greatly delayed. "Bastard, since you insist on being my enemy, I will fulfill your wish. Even if you can save these people today, what about in the future? I will definitely turn the 4 domains and 9 realms into a living hell and make you despair." Clearly, Ling Xiao had infuriated Emperor Lian Hua to the extreme. It was likely that there would be no reconciliation in the future. It's no use just throwing a tantrum. Take good care of Mo Jiao for me. If I find even the slightest bit of damage to his soul, then I will not hesitate to destroy your emperor physique. Don't underestimate my determination. Ling Xiao looked coldly at the demon eye that had completely disappeared and said coldly, "Just you wait. Just you wait." Lotus Flower's voice gradually disappeared. The Yama kings, including the ox demon Yama, turned and fled. A large number of undead creatures returned to the necropolis of the gods. Everything was over for the time being. At this moment, a large number of warriors who had regained their consciousness had gathered nearby. Although it was likely that their appearances would never be restored, it was not a problem. However, this wasn't a problem. Once a martial artist cultivated to the divine body realm, they would be able to adjust their outer appearance to a certain extent. As long as their souls were fine, there was no problem. The last thing they saw when they arrived was Ling Xiao destroying the demon eye. Everyone instinctively knelt down, including the Alliance Master of Beast Deity, because many of these warriors who had regained their consciousness were warriors of the Beast Deity Alliance. Although he was the Alliance Master, he owed Ling Xiao too much this time. When he thought about how he had looked down on Ling Xiao in the past, and even wanted to draw a line between him and Ling Xiao, he felt extremely ashamed. "Get up, Alliance Leader of the Beast Deity Alliance. You are the Emperor of the Beast Deity Alliance. You should not kneel down," Ling Xiao said with a frown. He was slightly unhappy that he could not save Mo Jiao. However, he knew very well that Mo Jiao's life was nothing to Lotus Flower. What Lotus Flower wanted was the divine body, so Mo Jiao would not be in any trouble during this period of time. This allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. The Alliance Master of Beast Deity did not stand up. He knelt there devoutly and said loudly, "Golden Emperor, you have saved hundreds of thousands of lives in the Beast Deity Alliance. You have also saved me. From today onwards, you are the greatest benefactor of the Beast Deity Alliance." Chapter 48-45. Huang Jindi said sincerely, "I swear on behalf of the Beast Deities Alliance that the Beast Deities Alliance will form an alliance with the Golden Heavens from now on. We will follow Huang Jindi's lead." He did this not only because he was grateful. After witnessing Ling Xiao's abilities, he already had an idea in his mind. That was to defeat Lotus Flower. It had to be Ling Xiao. It was impossible for others to do it. Huang Jindi! Huang Jindi! Although many people still did not know what exactly had happened. But according to the Beast Deities Alliance's leader, it was this young man who had saved them. And this young man was actually Huang Jindi of the Golden Heavens Alliance. They all began to shout and shout. Ling Xiao actually enjoyed this feeling. The pleasure brought by killing was temporary, but the pleasure brought by saving could last for a long time. He had unintentionally gained another powerful ally for the Golden Heavens Alliance. Previously, it was the lizard race, and now it was the Beast Deities Alliance. In fact, as long as you treated people with sincerity, most people would reciprocate with sincerity. Of course, some people who bit the hand that fed them were exceptions. Everyone get up. Ling Xiao slowly raised his hand and said, "This battle has only delayed Emperor Lien Hua's recovery by a little bit. But you have to remember, I'm afraid that no one can stop Lotus Flower's recovery. So from now on, cultivate and prepare with all your might. Make all your preparations for the upcoming battle." The Beast Deities Alliance's leader stood up and nodded. "Don't worry, the Beast Deities Alliance was only caught off guard by Lotus Flower last time. This time, it won't happen. We've already found a new stronghold. From today onwards, it will be the vanguard to deal with Lotus Flower. If anything happens, we will report to Huang Jindi immediately. Yes, perhaps this incident will make the chaotic Desert Seas cultivators even more united. I hope you can make good use of this incident. Gather this power together with Bailey Fengxing. Only when the Patriarch Society and the Beast Deities Alliance work together will we be more powerful." Ling Xiao nodded. He already had the self-awareness of a superior, so he naturally accepted the Beast Deities Alliance's leader's humble attitude. "All right, we should return to Golden City. What happened here had to be reported to the 4 regions and 9 worlds in the name of the Golden Sky region and the Beast Deity Alliance. This is no longer a matter between our 2 families. This is a matter of the entire 4 regions and 9 worlds. We can't let those guys continue to watch from the sidelines." Ling Xiao had already made his decision. Next, he would visit the forces of the 9 worlds of the 4 regions, one by one, and unite them. As for the upper echelons of the forces who wanted to stay out of the matter, they could be directly eliminated. This was a matter that concerned the life and death of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. There was no room for mercy. Ling Xiao still had a balance in his heart, whether it was the deaths of a few higher-ups or countless martial artists. Huang Jindi is indeed a man of great talent and strategy. Us old fellows are really outdated. The Beast Deities Alliance Master truly admired Ling Xiao from the bottom of his heart. Such a bold, courageous leader was hard to come by. "Yellow Emperor, why don't we just unify the 4 regions and 9 worlds under your banner? With your ability, that Lotus Flower definitely won't be able to do anything to the 4 regions and 9 worlds." Ling Xiao smiled and said, "I have the same idea too. The other forces aren't a problem. The key now is the attitude of the Eternal Emperor region, Heaven's Sacred Ground, and Savage Beast region. It's been almost a month since we left the chaotic Desert Sea. I should go to the Eternal Palace to propose marriage." The marriage proposal was just a pretense. Ling Xiao's true intention was to bring the Eternal Palace under his banner. Even if he couldn't bring them under his banner for now, he had to make the Eternal Emperor region an ally. Otherwise, it wouldn't be enough to deal with Lotus Flower. "Oh, right. I will think of a way to deal with the Emojiao. Alliance Master, don't worry. You just have to unite the martial artists of the chaotic Desert Sea." Ling Xiao suddenly said, "I believe in you." The Beast Deities Alliance Master also wanted to save the Emojiao. However, he didn't know what to do. Therefore, this matter had to be left to Ling Xiao. Only Ling Xiao would be able to complete this task perfectly. Understood. The Alliance Master of the Beast Deities Alliance nodded. He also wanted to do what he could now. "Brother Qin, what do you plan to do? Do you want to stay in the chaotic Desert Sea or follow me back to Golden City?" Ling Xiao asked Qin Huang. "I want to help out here for the time being. If Brother Ling needs anything, just let me know. I won't hesitate to do so." Qin Huang said, "Thank you very much." Ling Xiao felt that he didn't misjudge Qin Huang. When he first met Qin Huang, he felt that Qin Huang was a good person. Compared to the other martial artists of Heaven's Wall City, he was much better. "It's fine. Our main mission in the 4 regions and 9 worlds is to gain experience. This is also an opportunity for me. Qin Huang smiled. Ling Xiao nodded and followed the group to the valley. That was the Beast Deities Alliance's new stronghold. They would call it the Beast Deities Valley for now. Ling Xiao still had some matters to take care of for Bailey Fengxing. After that, he prepared to return to Golden City. After this incident, he deeply understood the inadequacy of his strength. Although the merged body was extremely powerful, he only had half an hour. During a real battle, half an hour would definitely not be enough. Therefore, in the following period of time, other than joining forces with the martial artists of the 4 regions and 9 worlds, there was another important task, which was to increase his own strength. Ling Xiao's return caused the martial artists of the Beast Deities Valley to cheer. They thought that this was an impossible mission, but Ling Xiao miraculously completed it. Lord Huang Jindi, Lord Alliance leader, something happened. At this moment, Bailey Fengxing and another martial artist of the Beast Deities Alliance said anxiously, "What could be more important than lotus flowers matter? Don't worry." Ling Xiao said calmly, "Yes." Bailey Fengxing took out an invitation. The invitation looked ordinary, but it exuded a solemn and dignified aura. This was because the eternal invitation was sent by the Eternal Life Palace. Many people in the 4 regions and 9 worlds knew that once the eternal invitation was sent out, it meant that something big was going to happen in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. On the cover of the invitation, there was a majestic palace. It was as though a god lived in it. Within the palace, a solemn and dignified aura was emitted. Ordinary people would not dare to open it carelessly. "It's for you." Ling Xiao did not take the invitation. Instead, he asked Bailey Fengxing to pass it to the alliance leader of the Beast Deities Alliance. When the alliance leader of the Beast Deities Alliance opened it, his face turned ugly. This Eternal Life Emperor is really shameless. He suddenly cursed when the chaotic sand sea was in danger. He refused to send reinforcements. Now he wants to gather the 4 regions and 9 worlds to hold a heroes' gathering. He wants to use the lotus flowers matter to secure his position as the alliance leader. "Ha, I can understand." Ling Xiao smiled. The lotus flowers matter was a disaster. However, to some people, it might be an opportunity.